once again, coaches or team representatives for the men from Rowan, St. John's, Ohio Northern, Monmouth, Bates, Amherst, or Augsburg. If you're in the stadium area, if you wouldn't mind coming up to the press box window, we'd like to get some men's pronunciations.
So when we come up
today, thank you.
We'll just do a welcome. We'll come up here in about 5 minutes.
Okay.
Let's do a welcome. Let's roll through where we are currently. Standings wise.
Team standings, both sides.
Team standings, both sides. We'll look at the tracks. We'll look at the track schedule.
Okay.
Note that it's starting at, obviously we'll look at the whole schedule. It actually starts at 11:30.
Yep.
In the meantime, we got an hour or so of coverage of field events with the triple jump. Here's the winners from the current field event champions through 2 days.
Yep. You want to do just the men's since we're doing men's triple jump? Or
Yeah,
both?
we'll just do the men's.
Okay. And how about the team standings?
Team standings, we'll do both.
Okay. Women first.
Yeah. So we'll transition from the track schedule to. In the meantime, we got an hour of triple jump coverage. Here's champions, and then we'll do triple jump. Got it. You don't have to call every jump on it.
Okay.
We don't have a great angle of it because it's behind the scoreboard. But
Okay. Well, it's better than nothing.
better than nothing. That's right. Okay.
Didn't get as much sleep as I wanted last night. The little brother brought over his new girlfriend. Well, not nearly a day, 6 months. It was the first time my parents met him, and of course, my mom went crazy.
Yeah.
Talking as loud as she possibly can, in the most obnoxious way possible, and I couldn't sleep because of it. So.
Come up at 10:28.
Okay.
Okay.
Trying to give us a little love on the social media side. I thought this was pretty funny. So I got a good buddy who is 42, I think. He, long story short, he used to work in broadcasting, doesn't anymore. But his Twitter game is off the charts good. So he tweets out last night, "My wife's 25th high school reunion is tomorrow night south of Dayton. Coincidence?" Phenomenal.
What's going on with camera 1?
It's fine.
It was just out.
He was just fixing it.
Oh.
Oh. Cool.
Correct.
Talk to me a little bit. I want to check
Yeah,
my
so
audio
for
over
like,
here.
10. Like Aaron's going to be hip 10. That's easier to see than her.
correct. She'll have both of them on.
Right. Her
But
numbers
she'll-
on her top.
She's going to have them on the front and back. She'll have her number like the 219.
Right.
But she'll have the number 10. It should be on her hip, and it should be like the top left side of the torso.
Loud when getting you mic.
That's about us.
Yeah, that'll make life easy.
All right. We got PA over here.
Cool. I'm good. Thank you. No, I think I've got it set up. We can actually roll open.
Oh. We're just. I just want to listen to music all day.
Seriously.
That
Like,
was fine,
give
too.
me a Corona, and let me just keep jamming to Kenny Chesney and whoever, Brad
Brad
Paisley.
Paisley. Oh,
Dude,
yeah.
nobody plucks a guitar like Brad Paisley. He's phenomenal. Well, there's a place where the dirt road runs out. Four-wheel drive. Should I sing on air? Are we streaming? Coming to you live from the Spire Institute. Welcome inside our coverage of the third and final day of the NCAA's D3 Track and Field Championships. We're about 45 miles east of downtown Cleveland, and we've had two really exciting days, albeit less than exciting weather. Today is going to be a gorgeous day. Hopefully we have equally as good excitement. I'm Brendan Gulick. Thanks for having us on here throughout the course of the day. We'll get you started with our coverage this morning of the field events. The men's triple jump is on here at the very outset. We will start our track coverage 1 hour from now, and all of the events today, field and track, are finals. As you see the women's standings entering day 3. Ithaca got a couple of national champions right off the bat. They also got a national runner-up, so 30 points for them. 28 of them were literally within the first few events that were held. Expect to see a lot from Washington University here in the final day of competition. On the men's side, it's been a little bit tighter of a competition, but we've certainly enjoyed seeing George Fox, Wisconsin Whitewater, Cortland State all compete well. Cortland State got a big boost yesterday when Jack Flood won the decathlon. Here's a schedule for what we've got coming your way here today. When the track things start, again, I mentioned that's an hour from now. We'll start with the steeplechase, get into some relays, and then kind of hit the ground running, no pun intended, go right all the way through our finals down to right about 4 o'clock is when the last event is scheduled. That would be the 4x4 relays. The 5,000-meter race is taking place basically as far away from the 10K as possible. The 10,000-meter race was held first thing Thursday morning. Many of those same athletes are running the 5K, and so that will take place at 3 o'clock and at 3:25 later today. Here's a look at some of our men's field champions up through this point, since we're going to jump into our men's field coverage. Ryan Jagovin with another really impressive performance. This time he wins the discus. Congratulations to him. Darius Adams, a champion from the Coast Guard in the long jump. Seth Nonamaker from George Fox. They all won on Thursday. Yesterday it was freshman Justin Lewis from Worcester State, who jumped 2.16 meters in a thrilling finish for the high jump. He just edged out George Fox's Jacoby Wolf. In the shot put, Theron Bauman dominated the field, throwing the shot nearly an entire meter further than the rest of the field. You can see they're getting ready for the triple jump. Here is our field for the men's triple jump, and here's how it will work. There are 2 flights, and each flight is seated, but there's a random draw within the flight. Each flight will have a 20-minute warm-up, and then we'll have 15 minutes before the finals start. You've got to qualify out of your flight. You advance if you have one of the best 9 marks, including ties, to the finals. There are a total of 20 competitors, so 11 will be eliminated in the prelims. And our flights consist of, right off the top, 2 young men from Southern Maine. You can see just on the bottom of the screen there, Connor Harris's name pops up. Drew Gamage is a sophomore from Southern Maine. He will also compete in flight number 1. Widener's senior Josh Colley competes. Triff Bish is a freshman from Elms. Denison sophomore David Carter. Grant Amotang from Eastern Mennonite will jump here in flight 1. Dominique Torres from Christopher Newport, a senior who qualified with a 14.63 mark. Chaheen Payne, a sophomore from Montclair State. Aaron Bess, a senior from Stockton. And Rowan Jr. Harrison Escoffery all round out our first flight. It's worth noting that Rowan has a couple of opportunities today to maybe sneak in some team points that could really help themselves on the men's team standing side. There were a couple of upsets yesterday, and Rowan, especially in the 110-meter hurdles, they had the top 2 qualifiers, and you'd think they really have a good opportunity to make a big statement here on the final day. Rowan is one of the top 5 teams in the country. There you saw Josh Colley's jump. Waiting to see exactly how far they measure it. Well, we'll let you know as soon as we find out what it was. Usually they pop up a little bit faster than that on the board. That we're using the same board that you can see on the bottom of your screen. That was Triff Bish, the freshman from Elms. By the way, the other events today in the field that we'll have, both men and women are competing with the triple jump and the hammer. The men's pole vault championships take place today. The women had their pole vault on Thursday. That was an upset in the women's pole vault. Catherine Pittman was the favorite from Ithaca. She was upset by Marissa Kelsey from Moravian. So congratulations to Moravian. They have a national champion coming back home. 44 and almost 3/4 feet. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like the live results are popping up along with us here on results.deltatiming.com, but usually those are pretty reliable, so I would encourage you, if you want to follow the live results with us, to go, again, results.deltatiming.com. There's a link right there on the top of the page. It's pretty easy to follow. It is an absolutely perfect day, and you can see it almost just makes everyone look happier as you look out on the track. The last couple of days, especially on Thursday, we dealt with rain literally all day long. It never stopped raining. There were times where it got a little bit slower. Maybe a fault there from David Carter from Denison. Anyways, the weather on Thursday really wasn't very fun to compete in. Yesterday's weather was a little bit better. It only drizzled or misted outside a couple of times. Wasn't too bad. Today is going to be perfect for competition. Very little humidity,
Temperature hovering right around 70 degrees most of the afternoon, still warming up to that mark. It's about 65 outside right now. But it is exactly what you want for the final day of competition for an outdoor meet like this. Here is Grant Amotang from Eastern Mennonite. Amotang qualified with a nice jump at the Liberty Twilight back on May the 3rd. He did that with a jump of 14.66 meters. Unfortunately, the flags there on the bottom of the screen are kind of blocking the bottom of the board. We'll try to give you those numbers as best we can. Maybe they're having a little bit of trouble with the measurements here early in the morning. There we go, 14.16 meters. All right, so Dominique Torres will be the next to jump. Haven't seen him compete in any other events. This is his first opportunity this year, but a senior from Christopher Newport. Went to the Great Lakes NCAA final qualifying meet hosted at Ohio Wesleyan. That was just this past weekend. Pretty nice showing for the captains this weekend. Seen them compete in a whole host of events. Torres appears to be fairly pleased with it. As they smooth out the pit, see where the numbers come up. Reigning national champion in this event is not competing this year. Benjamin Ezike from Buffalo State was a senior last year, so he will not, obviously not be part of the field here in 2017. But the national runner-up last year, Jared Lewis, is a sophomore from Stockton. We'll see him in flight number 2. He had the second best jump of the year all across the country at the pet relays back in late April. Tariq Thomas is a young man from Delaware Valley, and he also had a really nice showing last year, finishing as an All-American. He'll jump right after Lewis in our second flight. Those are probably your two favorites once we get toward the finals. We had a foul. Mentioned at the outset that these are two seeded flights, so most of those who have competed well at this event last year and who had their qualifying jumps pretty high in the national standing, most of them were going to compete in flight number 2, since this is still technically the preliminary jumps. Pretty good effort there from Shaheen Payne from Montclair State. Payne's first opportunity to jump at the national meet, at least at the on the outdoor meet, I should specify. Our 2017 indoor champion was Jared Lewis, and Tariq Thomas came in second place. So on top of the fact that those two guys competed pretty well last year when we did the outdoor meet, they are also right back there in the wintertime. Luther Newbern is also a young man from Benedictine. He'll jump in flight number 2. He was an All-American in the wintertime. Jerry Williams, we mentioned, a senior from Wisconsin Stevens Point. Well, that's frustrating for Rowan. Harrison Escoffery faults, and they really need him to kind of help them out, because Rowan was expecting team points from as many as 5 competitors already in the first 2 days of this meet. And they have gotten 0 points from those 5 guys, according to a couple of the team representatives. So Rowan is having a good week, but they feel like they could be having a much better week. This is Aaron Bess from Stockton. That's a huge jump to start out. We'll have to see what the final measurement is, but that looked significantly further than what we've seen from our first 9 jumpers. Looks like 13.75. Pretty good start for him. Let's see, the pole vaulters starting to warm up a little bit too along the way. Men's pole vault will be conducted outdoors. The women's pole vault finals actually moved inside because of the poor weather on Thursday. The pole vault will get started at noon, so they've still got plenty of time before they really have to get going. Drew Gamage, a sophomore from Southern Maine, with his second jump there. This is the first of the second round of jumps. The pole vault favorite is, without question, Luke Winder. His father is the head coach at North Central, but Luke Winder is one of the most accomplished pole vaulters, not just in championship history at this event, but also with some regard to North Central's history, and they've had such a tremendous track record, really, of pole vaulters throughout the years. Jokingly, or at least kind of jokingly, some people refer to them as Pole Vault U. Luke Winder is a 3-time NCAA indoor national champion, which is tied for the most in NCAA history at all divisions. And he is a 2-time NCAA outdoor pole vault champion, so he has 5 national championships. And there are only a couple of other 3-time outdoor pole vault champions that he could tie. If he wins the national championship in pole vault this year, he would be the first athlete at Division III, male or female, with 6 combined pole vault national titles. So it is, unfortunately for the rest of the field, it's Luke Winder and it's everybody else. We'll have to keep our eye on how Luke and the rest of his teammates do. He's actually got a couple of other teammates that are competing in the pole vault, Spencer LaHaye and Dylan Capers. All right, back on the triple jump. That was Widener's Josh Colley with his second attempt. It appeared that he fouled. All right, we'll see what Triff Bish can do here from Elms. Well, kind of fell back a little bit. That's probably not how he drew it up. Was in 6th place there entering that jump. We'll stay in 6th, 13.38. Get a look there at Grant Amotang, who's getting ready. He's on deck at the moment. Kind of a quiet morning in this corner of the stadium. There are several hordes of fans over by where the jumpers and the pole vaulters are at. In actual geography to where we are set up, they're probably a good 200 yards away from us. We're pretty close to the finish line on the track. looking across the back of the track over to the far pit where they're jumping. Boy, that was one heck of a jump there from David Carter. Well, what we haven't done this weekend is tell you too much about the Spire Institute, where we are hosting this event. And that's probably not fair because this is a world-class facility, and we would certainly like to give it its due. It is an official United States Olympic and Paralympic training facility. It's a national and international academy for high school and post-grad athletes. The academy is focused on performance training for all athletes and sport-specific training in swimming, track and field, and in basketball. It's been pretty impressive to see the way they've been able to host this event with really no problems whatsoever. There is one synthetic turf field that can be used as a full-size soccer, lacrosse, football, baseball, softball, field hockey, and rugby field, or it could be divided into smaller training areas. Of course, this beautiful outdoor stadium we're competing in. There is a 10-lane, 50-meter Olympic-sized pool in the building you're looking at now, with 2 movable bulkheads for subdivisions of the pool. They've got both a 1-meter and a 3-meter diving area, 4 springboards, a beautiful banquet center. The indoor track and field facility here has 8 lanes. It's a 300-meter track, and the radius used on the outdoor tracks as well. And they've got a one-of-a-kind multi-purpose court surface that delivers enhanced training and a competitive advantage on up to 10 volleyball courts, 6 basketball courts. It can do a variety of gymnastics and mat events. I mean, really, if you want to train, with the exception of maybe golf, this is pretty much the place to be. It is truly a world-class facility, and it's just about 45 miles east of downtown Cleveland. And the NCAA is grateful for them hosting a tremendous weekend, which started on Wednesday night with a student-athlete banquet. About 1,500 student-athletes and their coaches that were all here on Wednesday. Had a wonderful meal, a nice speaker series. And then rolled right into the start of the coverage on Thursday. Working our way through the second jumps of our first flight of the men's triple jump. We've been on air here for just about 20 minutes or so. Again, this is the very beginning of our final day coverage. The track events will start at 11:30, and the first track events we'll have are the women's and men's steeplechase runs. We'll be giving you updates as best we can throughout the course of the day, not just on the standings for the teams, but trying to let you know who's doing what elsewhere. If we're covering track, we'll still try to let you know how the pole vault's going or how the hammer is going. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to visualize the hammer throws for you, just with the way that the facility's laid out, and with our camera angles, we can't get you a good enough shot, but we can still try to feed you some of the results if you are interested in following that. But again, you can follow all the live results along with us on one simple website. It's a great site, results.deltatiming.com. Head there and you can check out results from Thursday and Friday's prelims on the track, or any of the championship finals that we've had in other field events. The only track event that has crowned a champion so far is the men's and women's 10K. We did that very first thing on Thursday morning. Taryn Cordani from from Ithaca won the women's 10K. And then on the men's side, Ian Lemire and Darren Lau went right down to the finish line. It was an incredible finish. But Ian Lemire becomes a 3-time reigning national champion in the 10K. We'll step aside and return to our coverage of the men's triple jump here in just a moment on NCAA.com.
See what I get deal with. See what I deal with all the time, you know. Thanks, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's an update in the men's triple jump. We're in round 3 of flight 1 of 2 flights. Once again, the top 9 performers of the 2 flights will advance to the finals. Your top performer in flight 1 so far has been Connor Harris, the senior from Southern Maine, 14.27 meters, 46 feet 10 inches. Once again, we are in round 3 of flight 1 of 2 flights in the men's triple jump.
Once again, if there's any men's teams representatives or coaches from Ohio Northern, Rowan, Monmouth, Augsburg, Bates, or Amherst in the area, if you could please come up to the press box window. We'd like to ask you for a pronunciation. Thank you.
Go, Damo!
Come on, Don!
Go, Damo!
John McManus, would you report to the concession stand right below the press box? John McManus, please report to the concession stand just below the press box.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's an update on the women's hammer. We've just completed flight one of 2 flights. Your leaders of flight 1, Lindsay Chase, the junior from Wisconsin Whitewater. Top toss of 53.95 meters, 177 feet. Also with excellent performances, Jackie Vahey, the senior from MIT, 53.41 meters, 175 feet, 2 3/4 inches. And Barham Ater, a senior from Manchester, with a throw of 53.42 meters, 175 feet, 3 1/4 inches. The women's hammer flight 2 will begin in 20 minutes.
the cameraman. He's not. Yeah, you can't find me actually.
Once again, to our coaches, team representatives, we would please ask that a team representative or coach from Rowan, Monmouth, Augsburg, Bates, Amherst, for the men's teams to please come up to the window for the press box. Thank you. Once again, Rowan, Amherst, Bates, August, Monmouth. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's an update on the men's triple jump. Just completed flight 1 of 2 flights. Once again, the top 9 performers advanced to the finals. Your top performance is in flight 1. Trish Fish from the Elms, a freshman, 14.41 meters, 47 feet, 3 1/4 inches. And Connor Harris, a senior from Southern Maine, 14.27 meters, 46 feet, 10 inches. Flight 2 will begin in approximately 20 minutes in the men's triple jump.
Chris Stancliffe, if you can hear us, would you please check in with the announcers in the press box? Chris Stancliffe, please check in with the announcers in the press box.
Three's out to get in shape. Ooh. You don't mind if I hop in the shade with you?
Oh my gosh, please hop away. This is our place over here. You own this tent just as much as I do. Oh, okay. All right. As long as you stay right there, that's good.
Thank you very much.
Once again, men's coaches, men's team representatives from Rowan, Monmouth, Augsburg, Bates, Amherst. If you could come to the public address announcing window in the stadium, we'd ask for your assistance with some pronunciations. Thank you.
Oh, I found that there.
One final call for pronunciation help from Rowan, Monmouth, Augsburg, Bates, Amherst. If you have a coach or team representative in the area, Rowan, Monmouth, Augsburg, Bates, Amherst, if you would please come up to the press box window. We'd like to make sure we pronounce your athletes correctly. If not, well, you're going to have to go with the way we say it.
Freeze back.
She said I don't need it right now, but I can run out to. I planned the car because I've had fashion. But I didn't have a great angle. Yeah, but I still think the jump was still. I would have said.
Ladies and gentlemen, before our exciting track action begins, let us pause briefly to remember the significance of this Memorial Day weekend. As Memorial Day approaches on Monday, please spare a moment to think about the many military personnel who have paid the ultimate price fighting for our liberty. The first recorded observance of a Memorial Day took place on May 1st, 1865 in Charleston, South Carolina, following the Civil War. The memorial holiday simultaneously highlights the heroism of martyred American soldiers and the ravages of war. You are invited at this time, if you are able, to please rise, silence your cell phone, and place your right hand over your heart. Veterans, military personnel, and police, you may salute. Please keep all of them in your thoughts as we now have the playing of our national anthem. The Stars and Stripes are on the video board and at the north end of the stadium. Here to perform our national anthem, the Ohio State University Marching Band.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome here in Geneva, Ohio, for our third and final day of the NCAA Division III 2017 Outdoor Track and Field Championships. We're very glad you're with us here today. Just a few reminders. We ask all fans that when the races start, please find your way to seats so that everyone can enjoy the races. We'd ask that no one please stand along the railings to block not only the view of other people, but also of video devices that are being used to live stream this event. We ask your cooperation in that throughout the day. We'll make reminders to you because sometimes we know you forget.
Fans, for your information, all of the results will be posted up on the video board. If you happen to have your smartphone or your iPad with you, you can also check them out at results.deltatiming.com. Results.deltatiming.com. On your smartphone or iPad, you can check all the results there, as well as up on the video board. Also, paper copies of the results are being posted at the entrance to the fuel cafeteria if you prefer to see the paper copies.
Fans, all of our events today are finals. We're very glad you're here for the final day. There's been some great competition in our first 2 days, some stadium records being set. We hope to see more of those today. It should be a very fast day. It's a very fast track with great weather. We're looking forward to the NCAA Division III championships coming back here in 2 years, as well as the indoor championship the year after that. There are 2 events going on as we speak. The men's triple jump going to their second flight, and the women's hammer throw also in the throwing arena to the northwest of the main stadium is going on as well. We'll have award ceremonies throughout the day. Those awards will be at the 50-yard line on the football field. Photo opportunities will be available. The men's team scores going into today. George Fox is our leader with 23 points. Cortland State and Wisconsin Whitewater each have 16 points. Aurora has 14 points. Wisconsin Eau Claire 13, as well as Worcester State. Tufts has 11 points. Coast Guard Academy and Mount Union, Penn State Barons, Wisconsin Platteville all with 10. That rounds out the top 10 in team scores for the men.
We still need representatives from the following women's teams to come up to the press box window and pronounce names for us. Stockton, Wheaton, that's Wheaton, Massachusetts, Williams, University of
Our third day of coverage of the 2017 NCAA D3 Men's and Women's Track and Field Championships continues here on NCAA.com. We are at the Spire Institute in Geneva, about 45 miles outside of Cleveland. I'm Brendan Gulick, glad to have you on board. This is going to be the most exciting day of the weekend. One, we've got tremendous weather, 70 degrees, partly cloudy skies, very little wind today. It is perfect to contest most of our finals here on the track. And we've already had a fun day the last couple with getting ready here for this final day of competition. The schedule of events for today, we've already been competing in the field events for about an hour. The women's 3,000-meter steeplechase is about to get underway. It is a championship final, and all of our races today will crown national champs. The second half of the day will include a couple of the quicker races. The 100-meter dash will have the 100 and 110-meter hurdles as well, and we'll conclude with the 4x4 relays. Here are the women's current standings with Ithaca on top. They scored 28 points right off the bat. They had two national champions and a national runner-up. That's 28 points, and they did that in the first three events that were contested here on Thursday. They've picked up a couple of extra and still maintain a first-place lead over Carthage. But keep your eye out for Washington University. They are, bar none, the best team in the country, and we expect them to be in pretty good shape. Washington University is the #1 team. They have been all year long. SUNY Geneseo has made a nice push of late. Claremont Mudd Scripps has been fun to watch this weekend. Nebraska Wesleyan very good in the relays. Williams pretty good in some of the field events. And with that, we'll get you ready for the steeplechase. We had a steeplechase race on Thursday at 4 o'clock to set up this championship final. There were a total of 22 young ladies that qualified for the Nationals, and we will have 14 that will race today. There's your top 4 qualifiers. Erin Herman from Hope, probably the favorite. She had the fastest national time coming into this meet. She was the national runner-up in this event last year. She's a senior from Hope up in Michigan. I think Erin Herman's got a really good chance to win this race, but all 4 of those young ladies ran very well on Thursday afternoon. So hopefully a good competitive race. Jenna Melanson was really impressive, the freshman from MIT. And with that, we'll throw it to the public address announcer for further introduction.
Jalissa Poulet. Position 2, Stockton senior Alicia Belko. Position 3, center sophomore Annie Rodenfels. Position 4, Washington University sophomore Abby Martin. Position 5, Washington University junior Allison Lindsay. Allison was 5th in the national meet last year in this event. Position 6, Dubuque senior Fabiola Ortiz. Position 7, Wisconsin Oshkosh junior Erica Munyon. Position 8, Ohio Wesleyan senior Sarah Fowler. Sarah finished 6th in the national meet last year. Position 9 goes to Johns Hopkins sophomore Tasha Freed. Position 10, last year's national runner-up, that would be Hope senior Erin Herman. Position 11, the State University of New York Geneseo Sarah Rosenzweig. She finished 7th in the national meet last year. Position 12, RPI senior Madeline Derry. Position 13, MIT freshman Jenna Melanson. And position 14 goes to Middlebury senior Katie Skinner. Good luck, athletes.
So there you have it, the 14 young ladies that will compete for this year's national championship in the steeplechase. And again, even though we've shown you the standings already, we're going to see a lot of movement in that regard today because there is so much to be contested on the final day of competition. We are off and running here in the very beginning of the 3,000-meter steeplechase. And right away, Madeline Derry, the senior from RPI, nearly tripped at the beginning. Thankfully, she didn't lose her footing as they come past the first turn. At the outset, it's Sarah Fowler from Ohio Wesleyan who is leading the pack. We are expecting to have a pretty sizable crowd all day long. And they are running down what will eventually be the home stretch. Tasha Freed, the sophomore from Johns Hopkins, running alongside her. Of note, Wheaton senior Jordan Tewin did not qualify for the championship final in this event, and she was the third place finisher last year. So Jordan Tewin did not make it to this afternoon's championship. If you're wondering what the Division III championship record is, 10 minutes, 13.33 seconds. That was set back in 2007. The top qualifying time this year, we mentioned, belongs to Erin Herman from Hope, and she finished in 10 minutes, 27 seconds. So unless somebody runs literally the race of her life today, we're not expecting a championship record to be broken. The stadium record is actually sub 10 minutes. So while we may see lots of records broken here today, this does not at least appear to be the event that we'll see any come out with. Nice job by Fowler, Freed, and Herman, all getting through that first water pit well. Steeplechase, 3,000 meters. It's 7.5 laps around the track. 5 hurdles along the way, and of course the one with the water pit. And the big thing you want to keep your eye on if you're only a casual fan in this particular race, unlike the 400-meter hurdles or the 100 or 110-meter hurdles, those hurdles have a little bit of a give to them, and in the sprint, if you clip the hurdle, it's going to bend a little bit, and you'll be able to get over it cleanly. Well, these don't have any bend, so you've got to make sure you clear these hurdles every time, or you're going to be in a tough spot. And we saw even yesterday in competition, now of course that was in the sprint hurdles, but we saw some of the inability to clear really impact the final results. Coming down the back stretch of the track, a good bunch together here as it's our very first race of the day. We'll have the men's steeplechase coming up right after this, scheduled for about 11:45. Annie Rodenfels, the sophomore from center, running with bib number 3 on. She's kind of hanging out in the outside of the pack at the moment. Rodenfels had the second fastest qualifying time of the year, 10 minutes, 39 seconds flat. Ran that back in a couple of weeks ago at the NCC Dr. Keeler Track Invitational. Erin Herman, the national leader, setting the pace with 5 laps to go in the opening race of the day. Washington University with 2 different competitors here in the women's 3,000-meter steeplechase. Sophomore Abigail Martin and junior Allison Lindsay, both from Washington University. The reason that's notable, Washington University is likely going to pick up a whole bunch of points today. They just haven't had a lot of success in the field events so far this year. But their ability to run on the track is pretty darn impressive. Obviously, we mentioned the 2 that are running this race, but some other young ladies from Wash U that we're going to see throughout the course of the day: Rebecca Ritterhoff, Kelly Hancock, Daisy Ojeda, Ashley Knudsen. They all run the 4x4, and they will all compete in individual races as well. Expect them to make a big dent in the team standings for Washington U. At the moment, Abigail Martin from Wash U, the Bears, is in last place, but Allison Lindsay making a good push for second, while Erin Herman still leads the pack. Just over a mile to go. We are nearly halfway through our opening race of the day. Herman looks awfully comfortable, just kind of running at her own pace. She's got a little bit of separation at the moment from Allison Lindsay, but I would think it's probably all about just finding a comfort zone. Herman's a senior from Wheaton, Illinois. Went to Wheaton Warrenville South High School. really felt comfortable when she was looking into Hope College, liked the Christian community and the value system up at Hope. Personally, one of my favorite things about Division III college athletics is how the rivalries can change over time, but one that seems to have been held steadfast. Hope and Calvin, they do not like each other, and it doesn't matter what sport they compete in. Hope and Calvin have always had some pretty fun contests against each other. Hope definitely a stronger women's track program this year. 3 laps to go for our leaders. Allison Lindsay kind of pushing Erin Herman here a little bit. Lindsay finished 5th in this event a year ago. The junior qualified at the UAA Championships with a 10:41.56. Erin Herman's qualifying time was 12 seconds clear of anyone else in the rest of the field, but Allison Lindsay is running a good race at the moment, just kind of tucking along Herman's hip. It's kind of reminding me of what we saw on Thursday at the moment, where in the men's 10,000 meter race, Ian Lemire from Wisconsin-Platteville was the heavy favorite, but Wisconsin Eau Claire's Darren Lau gave him a heck of a rep. Looked like Darren Lau was going to win, but Ian Lemire closed just a split second faster, won the race by 0.04. And right now, Allison Lindsay is hanging around with Erin Herman, who seems to be picking up the tempo just a little bit. Both clear the hurdle okay. Two laps remaining. Meanwhile, Annie Rodenfels from center is in 3rd place comfortably. Alicia Belko from Stockton appears to be in 4th at the moment. Get a little separation amongst the rest of the field. Otterbeins' Julissa Poulette running toward the back of the pack. She's a senior competing in her final national championships. This is pretty quickly turning into just a 2-horse race. Our 2 leaders, you can see, are only a few strides from each other, but they've got a 50-meter lead on Annie Rodenfels from center. The top 8 will make the podium as All-Americans. 14 total competitors here in our first event. Both get through the water okay, though Herman seems to have lengthened her lead a little bit after getting out a little quicker. Erin Herman will enter the final lap in good shape with Allison Lindsay behind her. Herman starting to lengthen out a little bit, quickening her pace. One lap to go. Erin Herman looks like she's in a pretty good spot at the moment. She was a little slow getting over that hurdle. Again, the championship record, 10 minutes, 13.33 seconds, set back in 2007 by Shawneen Garahan from Amherst. We'll have to see if Erin has enough to try and push that. If she runs a 10:13, she would beat her best time of the year by 13.5 seconds. Erin Herman from Hope College, putting it on cruise control. Down the last 100 meters. A tremendous first race to open up our championship Saturday. Erin Herman from Hope College. She is your 2017 national champion in the women's steeplechase. Allison Lindsay, the national runner-up. Annie Rodenfels crosses in 3rd. The official time for the win, 10 minutes, 21.08 seconds. The rest of the field starting to cross. The 10:21.08 is the 9th fastest time ever in Division III history in the women's 3,000 meter steeplechase. What an incredible way for senior Erin Herman to finish her career at Hope College. And she gets a big hug from Stockton senior Alicia Belko. So here's your final results. Again, all 8 of those first 8 shown will be recognized as All-Americans. Abigail Martin was unable to finish the race. Washington University, though, will pick up 8 points from Allison Lindsay. Hope College 10 points on Erin Herman's championship win. All right, the next event we're going to have is the men's 3,000 meter steeplechase. And competing in our final event will be our reigning champion, Ryan Bugler, a senior from St. John's in Minnesota. Won the championship last year. Ran a lightning fast 9 minutes, 11.98 seconds to do it last year, but he did it in poor weather. This year, his qualifying time was 7 seconds faster than that. Bugler was not among the top qualifiers in the prelims, but expect him to be part of this race for sure. Shane Witters-Hicks was really impressive running on Thursday late afternoon. Witters-Hicks here in 2017 ran the 5th fastest qualifying time when he turned in a 9:04.63. And again, that was 13 seconds faster than what he ran to qualify for this championship, and he had the top qualifying time. We are expecting that with today's good weather, the track is going to be awfully fast. And we'll turn it over to the PA announcer here for our introductions.
The Division III National Championship record set in 1986 by St. John's Jim Gaffgey, 8 minutes, 43.93 seconds. The Spire Stadium record is 8 minutes, 54.45 seconds. We have 14 contestants here this morning. Wearing hip number 1, a junior from Central College, Mark Fairley. Wearing hip number 2, a senior from Cortland State, Mitch Ryan. Hip number 3 is Jared Flank, a senior from Muhlenberg. Hip number 4, Aiden Gilson, a sophomore from MIT. Hip number 5, a junior from Connecticut, Scott Mason. Hip number 6, a senior from St. John's. He's our defending champion, Ryan Bugler. Hip number 7 is Shane Witters-Hicks, a senior from Principia. Hip number 8 is Benjamin Peterson, a junior from Hope. Hip number 9, Ian Ewers, a senior from Wisconsin La Crosse. Hip number 10, Case Shaloy, a senior from Ohio Northern. Hip number 11 is Brett Harms, a junior from Wisconsin Whitewater. Hip number 12, Kevin Veltri, a junior from Rowan. Hip number 13 is Daniel Rosen, a freshman from Pomona Pitzer. And hip number 14, Ben Torda, a junior from Bowdoin. Your field in the men's 3,000 meter steeplechase.
Just about ready to contest our second championship of the afternoon. Ryan Bugler last year, he was actually 6th out of 14 runners with 3 laps to go. And he was 3rd with 2 laps remaining, but got himself out to a pretty large lead to start the final lap. And he crossed the finish line to win by 2 seconds ahead of Jordan Carpenter of Wisconsin Oshkosh last year. So even if you see the reigning champion toward the back half of the pack, if you're a fan of St. John's, don't fret. Meanwhile, Jared Flank from Muhlenberg decides he doesn't want to be in the back of the pack, so he pushes himself forward. Aiden Gilson, the sophomore from MIT, in second place. It's been a nice start for the two of them. But our leader here as we get out toward the front, that would be Bowdoin's Ben Torda, the junior. Torda had the 4th fastest qualifying time in the country. Ran a 9:04.57 at the NESCAC Track and Field Championships. In case you did not catch it during our introductions, the fastest championship time in Division III NCAA championship meet history is 8 minutes 43.93 seconds, set back in 1986, also by a St. John's athlete, Jim Gathje. The stadium record here at Spire, under 9 minutes, it's 8:54.45, and potentially that could be in question today. Mark Fairley hanging around too. He's in 4th place there, wearing bib number 1 from Central College. 6 laps to go for our remaining contestants. Cortland State's Mitch Ryan could certainly help the team score. They got a couple of big points yesterday by taking the top 2 spots in the men's decathlon, won by Jack Flood. Connor Christopherson was an All-American in the event as well. Cortland State hoping to compete pretty well here this weekend. They know they're capable of putting up a pretty impressive score. Most of the season, SUNY Cortland's been one of the top programs across the country. Meanwhile, Ben Torda with bib number 14 appears to have still settled into a comfortable lead. Ryan Bugler, you could see right there in the middle with the powder blue shirt and the red shorts on. Perfect day for our championship coverage here at Spire. Meanwhile, right now at the back of the pack, freshman Daniel Rosen from Pomona-Pitzer. But in his prelim, he was actually all over the place. There were times where he was way out front. There were times he was in last place. But he really put together a nice finish. So even though Rosen is falling behind a little bit here, I don't think there's too much reason to be alarmed quite yet. Our leaders still have 5 laps remaining. Our next event, by the way, will be the women's 4x100 meter relay, and that will be one of the more exciting events of the day. So we certainly hope you'll stay tuned for that. Ben Torda has led from the start. Our contestants approaching the water pit. Torda looked like he might have slipped a little bit, but got over okay. He's got a fairly good lead right now. Aiden Gilson hanging around as closely as he can. Ryan Bugler just sort of hanging in the middle of the pack at the moment. He knows what it takes to win an event like this. Scott Mason, a junior from Connecticut College, also had one of the fastest qualifying times in our run on Thursday. We haven't seen him challenge much for the lead yet. Right now it's basically just been all Ben Torda. You can see Torda putting a little bit of distance now between him and his competitors. Pretty good lap there from Torda. A little bit of challenging here for second place. Case Shaloy from Ohio Northern has pulled up in the pack. Brett Harms from Wisconsin Whitewater wearing bib number 11. He's faded to third. Case Shaloy was really impressive in the qualifier on Thursday. Torta from Hastings High School. He is from Hastings-on-Hudson, New York. And right now, Case Shaloy from Ohio Northern is starting to push him a little bit. In fact, as they go over the hurdle, we may have a lead change. Shane Witters Hicks from Principia right there too. And Ohio Northern is taking the lead. It's Case Shaloy out front. We'll see how Torta responds after giving up the lead for the first time all race. Case Shaloy, one of 3 Ohio Northern distance runners that is likely to be impressive here this weekend. Matt Molinaro and Emily Richards are both top seeds in the respective 800s. But this would be maybe an event where Ohio Northern didn't expect to pick up some points. We'll see if Case Shaloy can maybe come away with this. Fairley from Central College still hanging close in third. And Principia's Shane Witters Hicks still in second place. Keep your eye on Ryan Bugler. There he is in fifth. Again, remember, he made quite a comeback last year to win the championship. Stadium record is 8:54. That's probably contestable. Not sure the D3 championship record will fall. About 500 meters remaining here in our first men's race of the day. Ohio Northern's Case Shaloy, Central College's Mark Fairley. 1-2 at the moment. Ryan Bugler has moved up into third. Our contestants enter their final lap. Shaloy with good inside positioning. Fairley catching up a little bit on the turn. Here comes Bugler. The reigning national champion has turned on the burners. And he's into first place. Ryan Bugler, with about 200 meters to go, your new leader. Shaloy has dropped all the way to fourth. Ian Ewers from Wisconsin La Crosse has pushed himself into third. It becomes a sprint to the finish. Fairley, Bugler, and Ewers. Ian Ewers turning it on, pulling into the hurdle with the lead. Wisconsin La Crosse senior Ian Ewers, your 2017 Steeplechase national champion. Mark Fairley, the runner-up. Case Shaloy in third, Ryan Bugler in fourth. What a big lift for Wisconsin La Crosse. The top-ranked men's team in the country most of the season, a 14-time national champion. And here's a look here at the last half of this race when Ian Ewers lifted his team to a big 10 points. Here comes Ewers down the home stretch. Running with reckless abandon. An incredible sprint to the finish line, and Ewers is your national champion. Your top 8 will be All-Americans and recognized on the podium later this afternoon. We'll keep our eye on the trophy presentation a little bit later on. We're going to step aside real quick before we get into our women's 4x100 meter relays. Thanks for joining us. We'll be back in just a moment here on NCAA.com. We are just about ready to set up our championship race in the women's 4x100 meter relay here on NCAA.com. Had 2 different heats to get everybody set for the 9-team final. There were 18 schools that, or I beg your pardon, 16 programs that were put into the preliminary races. Our reigning national champion, Wisconsin Oshkosh, did not qualify in 2017. So we will have a new champion in 2017 in the outdoor season here. Get a look at our top qualifiers. Mount Union probably one of the favorites because they have 3 incredibly fast runners running the second, third, and fourth legs of this race. Katie Gadecki, Dejanay Johnson, Marissa Rinaldi, and Rachel Adams will be there 4. Johnson was the OAC, that's the Ohio Athletic Conference, the 100-meter dash champion. Gadecki was 3rd. Rachel Adams came in 2nd. So the top 3 sprinters in the 100-meter dash in the OAC all running on this team. They were seeded 3rd nationally coming in. The top seed in the country entering this weekend was Wisconsin-Eau Claire, and they'll run in lane 6 right next to Mount Union. Wisconsin-Eau Claire did not qualify for the prelims last year. Jessie Reinick, who will run the anchor leg, is one of the fastest young ladies in the country, the 2017 WIAC champ in the 400, 200, and the anchor leg of both the 4x1 and the 4x4. So if it comes down to a close finish, Reinick might be who you would want to put your bet on. And with that, we will take a quick break to give over to the public address announcer while we honor our steeplechase winners.
Finishing 7th place from Dubuque, Fabiola Ortiz. Our 6th place finisher from Stockton, Alicia Belko. Finishing 5th from MIT, Jenna Melanson. Finishing in 4th place from Ohio Wesleyan, Sarah Fowler. Finishing 3rd from Center, Annie Rodenfels. And our runner-up in the women's steeplechase today from Washington University, Allison Lindsay. And ladies and gentlemen, our 2017 Division III national champion in the women's steeplechase with a time of 10:21.08 from Hope, Erin Herman.
Once again, congratulations to Erin Herman. That smile says it all. She is a national champion. Pretty darn cool. As we get ready for the 4x1, it's worth noting that Rowan was the number 2 national seed. They brought 3 of their 4 runners back from last year's team that finished in 3rd place, but Rowan did not qualify for the championship run this year. Redlands, SUNY Geneseo, Wheaton, Wisconsin Whitewater, Mount Union, Wisconsin Eau Claire, Aurora, Wartburg, and Emory, the 9 schools represented here in the women's 4x100 meter relay. Mount Union switching up their order a little bit. Katie Godecki is going to run the first leg. Marissa Rinaldi will run the 3rd leg as we turn it over to introductions.
Chase, a junior from Wisconsin Whitewater. Renem Ator, senior from Manchester. Megan Surdock, a senior from Rosetta. Loomis, senior.
It turns out that's actually introductions for a separate event. I think that may be for the women's triple jump. So anyways, again, you can see the schools contesting this women's 4x100 meter relay championship. The top qualifying times in the country throughout the regular track season. There were only a handful that broke 47 seconds. Mount Union, Wisconsin Eau Claire, and Aurora all ran sub 47 second times in their qualifying here to get to this in the preliminary round. Well, I suppose that according to our clock, we're still a couple minutes early, so maybe we'll wait here for just another minute. Well, some more context for you then. How about that? The Wisconsin Eau Claire group won this title back in 2015, but they did not qualify for the prelims last year. I mentioned they're the number 1 seed in the country here this year. The back 2 legs of Jess Rupnow and Jesse Reinick anchored that 2015 championship team. Mount Union's best ever finish in this event is 4th place, but they were All-Americans in 2013 and in 2014. And with that, we turn it over to introductions.
CO. In lane 3, it'll be Wheaton, Illinois. Competing in lane 4, Wisconsin Whitewater. Right next to them in lane 5 is the top seed time coming into today's event, and that belongs to Mount Union. In lane 6, Wisconsin Eau Claire. In lane 7, it'll be Aurora. In lane 8, Wartburg. Wartburg finished 4th in the national meet last year. And completing our field in lane 9, it's Emory. Championship run women's 4x100 meter relay.
You heard Mount Union being introduced. They are also the host institution. The Greater Cleveland Sports Commission was awarded the bid for this year's national championship, but Mount Union is the school in charge of putting on the event, and they have brought a pretty good crowd with them, only about an hour away from Mount Union's campus down in Alliance, Ohio. Mount Union in lane 5, Wisconsin Whitewater lane 4, Wisconsin Eau Claire lane 6. Those are your favorites here in the women's 4x100 meter championship. Off they go. Katie Godecki from Mount Union with a lightning quick start in lane 5. Pretty good start in lane 1 from Redlands with Cara Romani. Our first exchange. Everything looks clean. In lane 8, it's Wartburg's Tessa Helmley that's flying down the back stretch. 200 meters down, 200 meters to go. On the inside, Redlands slowing down a little bit. SUNY Geneseo trying to make up ground. It's Mount Union. Marissa Rinaldi into the final stretch. Her handoff is good. Down the stretch they come. Rachel Adams from Mount Union way out front. In lane 7 and 8, Wartburg and Aurora trying to make a push. But it's the Mount Union Purple Raiders, national champions. 46.45, the championship winning time. It is .02 away from being a stadium record, and it's one of the best times ever run. Mount Union, the national champs. That is drastically going to help Mount Union's team score. They'll get 10 points for winning this race as we get another look. Down this final 100, you could see Rachel Adams, as soon as she got that baton from Marissa Rinaldi, she felt it was her race to lose. A great effort in lanes 7 and 8. Aurora coming in second, Wartburg finishing in third place. And the Purple Raiders, beside themselves, they are national champs. So it looks like we're still a few minutes away from the men's 4x100 meter relay group from getting underway. That is scheduled to be a 12:15 championship race. We're looking forward to that one for sure. The only field events that are being contested today are the men's and women's triple jump, the men's and women's hammer throw, and the men's pole vault. And all of those events have at least started at this point. But when we get some final results, we can send those your way. Luke Winder is the heavy favorite in the pole vault from North Central. He is looking for his third outdoor national title. He's already won 3 indoor national championships, and nobody in D3, male or female, has ever won 6 pole vault national championships. So Luke Winder could make history here today at the Spire Institute. The 4x100 meter relay is always one of the most exciting events at any track meet, but certainly here at the national championships. Last year's group, the Wesley Wolverines, set the D3 championship record, running it in 40.01 seconds, the second fastest time ever. As you get a look there at some of the pole vault competition. Not entirely sure who that was for Wisconsin Oshkosh, but pretty fired up at his jump. There's a good chance that was Devin Gertschen from Wisconsin Oshkosh. I believe he is the only one remaining for Wisconsin Oshkosh in the pole vault field. Just to give you an idea, too, about what Luke Winder has done. 5.56, his best pole vault. That is 0.16 meters better than the NCAA's championship record. I'll give you one more look here at our pole vault competition before we get you set up for our men's 4x1 championship race. Beautiful vault. That was Zach Jasinski from Wisconsin Whitewater that just cleared at 4.65. All right, so let's get you set up for the men's 4x1. There are several schools that are going to have their say here in this race. Feel like the field could be pretty wide open. Wisconsin lacrosse, definitely one of the favorites. Sul Ross State will run in lane 2. They had the top qualifying time in the country. Benedictine in lane 5 had a blazing fast time, 40.5 in qualifying earlier this week. Wisconsin Whitewater also broke 41 seconds. They'll run in lane 7. Wisconsin lacrosse, though, they were the 2016 national runner-up. and the 2015 national champions, and they are using a different team to run this race today than they ran the prelims with. The second leg of their race today will be run by Ernest Winters, who is Wisconsin Lacrosse's best sprinter, but he was not running on the prelim team. The prelim team consisted of Matt Adams, Matthew Foster, Jonah Bauer, and Joe Konicki. That team is actually Wisconsin Lacrosse's third best team in this race, but they were the 8th best team in the country. Well, they've used a different team here now, which they're allowed to do for the 4x1 championships, because this group of 4, Matthew Foster, Ernest Winters, Zach Rothering, and Joe Konicki, were one of the best in the country. They were the third fastest team. Actually, I beg your pardon, the 4th fastest team nationally. But all of them were lightning quick. The team that ran the prelims for the men's 4x1 for Wisconsin Lacrosse won the WEAC title, so there was good reason to give them a chance to go out and run in the prelim races. Benedictine's 4 runners that they're going to throw out there: Jalen Griffin, Jahaven Hay, Calvin Jordan, Matt Fleming. They are the 4 fastest 100-meter dash champions in the NACC. And with that, we turn it over to our introductions.
On your program, the Division III championship record set in 2016 by the School of Wesley, 40.01 seconds. The Spire Stadium record is 41.33 seconds. Competing today in the finals, Lane 1, the team from Birmingham Southern. Lane 2 is Sul Ross State. In Lane 3, they were on the podium last year as the 4th place team, the team from Rowan. In Lane 4, Milliken. In Lane 5, with the fastest qualifying time in the prelims of 40.5 seconds, Benedictine. Lane 6 is Wisconsin Lacrosse. Lane 7, Wisconsin Whitewater. In Lane 8, Texas Lutheran. And in Lane 9, Occidental. Your field in the men's 4x100 meter relay.
So we just heard from our competitors. Texas Lutheran, might want to keep your eye on them too. Marquise Brown in lane 2 for Texas Lutheran. He'll run the final leg. Marquise Brown is one of the fastest young men in the country. Great start from Texas Lutheran in lane 2. I beg your pardon, in lane 8, Texas Lutheran. On the inside, Birmingham Southern gives it off to Jamal Watkins, who will run the 100-meter dash later today. Moving it on the outside, handing it Hugh Pagan to Keen Collins from Occidental. Coming down to the final turn, Wisconsin Lacrosse in a great spot. Konicki from Lacrosse, Parker Witt from Whitewater, Fleming from Benedictine, all flying down. It's Fleming, it's Konicki, right to the finish line. And Benedictine's Matt Fleming wins the national championship in the men's 4x1. .40.4, the national championship winning time. It's a new stadium record, and it's the 10th fastest time ever run at Division III. Wisconsin Whitewater came in 3rd place. Rowan fell to 4th. Texas Lutheran, the 8th place finisher. But they are still All-Americans. Another look at it. Get a look at Fleming just closing down in that final stretch. Just held off Joe Koenigke, with Parker Witt from Wisconsin Whitewater right on their tails too. Matt Fleming congratulating some of the finishers from Rowan on a great race as well. And with that, we'll recognize our top finishers in the men's steeplechase.
Our sixth place finisher in the steeplechase from Connecticut College, Scott Mason. Finishing in fifth place from Wisconsin Whitewater, Brett Harms. Our fourth place finisher in the steeplechase from St. John's, Minnesota, Ryan Bogler. Again, that's Ryan Bugler. Finishing in third place from Ohio Northern, Case Shaloy. And our runner-up in the men's steeplechase from Central College, Mark Fairley. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to our 2017 NCAA Division III National Champion in the steeplechase from La Crosse College with a time of 9:05.58 in Hurldes.
We are 4 races into our NCAA Championship final day. We will take a quick break and bring you back with the women's 1500 after we come back here on NCAA.com. Our continuing coverage of the Division III Track and Field Championships rolls along this afternoon. It is just after 12:15 local time here east of Cleveland, Ohio. We get you back with our pole vault coverage. And it looks like, unfortunately there, Josh Freiholtz from Wisconsin Stout could not clear 4.65 meters. They're still very early in this competition, with most of these guys having only vaulted once so far. Not everybody has taken their turn yet. Luke Winder, the clear-cut favorite, looking for his 6th national championship in the pole vault. Our next track event comes your way here shortly. A 12:25 start time for the women's 1,500-meter race. So about 5 minutes from now, we will have a new champion, because last year's champion, Katie McMiniman from Swarthmore, was a senior. The clear-cut favorite in that one is Emily Richards from Ohio Northern. We'll tell you all about her here shortly. But in the meantime, more coverage from the pole vault. They're still waiting to reset the bar. I believe this is Connor O'Neill from St. Thomas. No, I guess it wouldn't be. St. Thomas's colors are purple, but unfortunately from our angle it's awfully tough to see who's getting ready to take their turn. Maybe David Kemper from St. Mary's, who qualified with a vault of 4.87 meters earlier this year. Did that at the Bearcat Twilight. St. Mary's is in Minnesota. Meanwhile, the women's 1,500 meter competitors are stretching out and trying to loosen up on the track. Here comes Kemper's vault. He just couldn't quite get over. All right, back to the track. And here come the women's 1,500 meter racers. Emily Richards, the top qualifying time. She is the indoor champion in the mile, though her signature event is the 800, when she owns the fastest time in Division III history. But her qualifying time, 4:21.19, is the 6th fastest time ever in this event. Emily Richards will wear bib number 4. Those were the top qualifiers here this past week, but again, Richards, well, if I'm taking a educated guess, I imagine she probably wasn't running her hardest with that 4:31. Here come our introductions.
The Division III national record is 4:15.20, set by Liz Woodworth of Wisconsin Oshkosh back in 2014. We have 12 athletes scheduled to compete. Hip number 1, Emory Jr. Gabrielle Stravich. Hip 2, Virginia Wesleyan Jr. Marissa Combs. Hip 3, Whitworth Jr. Kayla Leland. Hip 4, Ohio Northern Jr. Emily Richards. Hip 5, University of Chicago Jr. Megan Werner Christ. Bates Senior Jessica Wilson with hip number 6. Hip number 7, St. Norbert Jr. Taylor Domrow. Hip number 8, Lynchburg freshman Natalie Deacon. Brandeis sophomore Emily Bryson wearing hip number 9. CMS junior wearing hip number 10, Bryn McKillop. Stockton senior, hip number 11, Cassandra Rusco. And completing our field, Williams junior, Annie Harleen wearing hip number 12.
So there are your competitors for the women's 1,500 meter race, and they're off. Emily Richards usually tries to get out to the front of the pack. Kayla Leland from Whitworth will join her at the outset. Claremont Mudd Scripps with Bryn McKillop in tag number 10. I want to keep your eye on her too, because Claremont Mudd Scripps is a program that thinks they have a chance to win the national championship this weekend. They're going to need some high finishes. Emily Richards from Ohio Northern. There hasn't been much that she hasn't accomplished. She likes to run out front of the pack. She was the 2017 National Indoor Champion in the mile when she ran a mile in 4:51. Interesting to note, Maya Weigel, a senior from Pomona-Pitzer, who we'll see run the 5K later today. Maya Weigel is not competing in this event, even though she had the second fastest time in the country. Imagine that she probably wants to conserve her energy if she can for that 5K, which will be run here in just a couple of hours. Weigel had the conference record and was the SCIAC Athlete of the Year, so she might have been a good competitor for Emily Richards. Marissa Coombs, who will run for Virginia Wesleyan. She was the national runner-up in the mile, finishing 3 seconds behind Emily Richards this past winter. Bryn McKillop, junior from Claremont Mudd Scripps, who's right there in second place, is also running the 5K. Her time would have been a new conference record at the SCIAC Track and Field Championships, but she lost to Maya Weigel. So probably two of the top 4 or 5 runners in the country Unfortunately for Bryn McKillop, she did not win the conference championship, but she's got a chance here. Bryn McKillop is right now out front of Emily Richards with 2 laps remaining. McKillop is a junior from Portland, Oregon. Emily Richards running right behind her, and she's content knowing what kind of race she's got left in front of her. National championship record is 4:15.2, which is 6 seconds faster than what Emily Richards ran in her qualifying heat on Thursday afternoon. Right now, Richards and McKillop are way out front of the rest of the field. They're a good 30 meters ahead of the rest of the pack. Claremont Mudd Scripps and Ohio Northern both well represented. Both programs top 20 in the country. Right now it's Bryn McKillop coming down the final straightaway here for the penultimate lap. Richards wants to try and take the opportunity to take her on the outside. And with a good long stride, Emily Richards is back in front. 1 lap remaining. And we'll see what kind of race Emily Richards runs here over the final 400 meters. McKillop trying to hang in there, but Richards is just totally pulling away from her. A good 10 to 12 meters of separation between the two, and Emily Richards is in a league of her own. She is torching the field right now. Richards has a 30-meter lead. Bryn McKillop has fallen into 3rd place. Emily Richards leads by almost 50 meters. Emily Richards looking for potentially 2 national championships today, and this one is coming fairly easily. The junior from Ohio Northern cruising to a victory in the women's 1,500-meter race. The Polar Bears have a national champion. Great finish for 2nd and 3rd place. Claremont Mudd Scripps and Virginia Wesleyan and Whitworth all trying to vie for that next spot. Marissa Coombs clocks in with the 2nd fastest time at 4:25.29. So Virginia Wesleyan in 2nd. It's Kayla Leland from Whitworth that comes in 3rd, 0.01 behind Coombs. Bryn McKillop fell all the way to 8th place. Jessica Wilson, nice finish from Bates College. She finishes in 4th. But the story is Emily Richards. She wins the 1,500, and she made it look pretty easy there in the last lap on the track. You see your final results there on the bottom. We've got an award ceremony coming here for the women's 4x100 meter relay. They've got to change the sign on the front of the podium, but they're about to do that. They were about to award all of the All-Americans, but notably Mount Union, who won the 4x100 meter relay.
Finishing in 7th place, the team from SUNY Geneseo. Our 6th place team from Wisconsin Whitewater. Finishing in 5th place, the team from Emory. Finishing in 4th place, the team from Wheaton, Illinois. Finishing in third place, Wartburg. And our NCAA Division III runner-up is Aurora. And ladies and gentlemen, our 2017 Division III National Champion with the team members of Katie Godecki, Marissa Rinaldi, Dejanay Johnson, Rachel Adams, the team from Mount Union.
Congratulations to the Mount Union Purple Raiders. They are the 4x100 meter relay national champions. A look now at our updated standings on the men's side. Wisconsin Whitewater a narrow lead over George Fox. Wisconsin Lacrosse has fared well today in a couple of races, including winning a national title. So they have vaulted to 22 points. Matt Fleming helped bring home Benedictine's national championship in the 4x1, and Cortland State continues to have a nice showing as well. We're getting set for our men's 1,500 meter race. The prelims for that will run at 2:45 on Thursday. The 12:35 start time here just about to get underway. Isaac Garcia Casani from SUNY Geneseo, probably the favorite. He had the fastest national qualifying time, ran a really nice preliminary race. But Joshua Seeland from Claremont Mud Scripps was impressive as well. Nick Mattiucci, one of a couple of freshmen that will run this race, along with Kyler Luke from Wisconsin Eau Claire. Mattiucci with a tremendous prelim. Here come our introductions.
Hip number 2, a junior from State University, New York, Geneseo, Isaac Garcia Casani. Isaac, our third place finisher in 2016. Hip number 3 is Zachary Campbell, a senior from Christopher Newport. Hip number 4 is Owen Norley, a senior from Carnegie Mellon. Hip number 5 is Donson Cook Gallardo, a junior from Carleton. Hip number 6 is our stadium record holder. He finished 7th in this event last year, Joshua Seeland from Claremont Mud Scripps. Hip number 7 is Christian Swenson, a sophomore from Tufts. Hip number 8, Jacob Eggers, a senior from St. Olaf. Hip number 9 is Kyler Luck, a freshman from Wisconsin Eau Claire. A freshman from Washington University, hip number 10, Nick Matucci. Hip number 11 is Greg Morgan, a sophomore from Haverford. Hip number 12, Matt Cooper, a senior from Wisconsin Eau Claire. Hip number 13 is Jeremy Hernandez, a junior from Ramapo. And rounding out our field, hip number 14, Jeffrey Dover, a sophomore from Christopher Newport.
This is a race that has been dominated by St. Olaf over the last several years. They have two competitors here as we open up the men's 1,500 meter relay. I beg your pardon, not relay, just men's 1,500 meter. Washington University's Nick Mattiucci quickly gets out front along with Christian Swenson from Tufts. The last couple of years, St. Olaf has gone 1-2 in this race with Jake Campbell and Paul Escher. They were champions and runner-up. Escher was also second place in 2014. Isaac Garcia Casani from SUNY Geneseo finished third in last year's event, but his qualifying time this year at the Swarthmore Final Qualifier, 3:42.66, the sixth fastest time ever in Division III NCAA history. Almost 400 meters into the race, and Garcia Casani has the early lead. Jeremy Hernandez from Ramapo, the second fastest qualifying time this year. He finished 12th at the outdoor meet a year ago, 6th in the indoor mile. This is his third consecutive outdoor national appearance, and his career best is the 9th fastest time ever. So even though Hernandez did not run a particularly impressive time in the prelims, he is capable of putting together a really good race here. Donson Cook Gallardo with the navy and gold on, wearing bib number 5, along with Joshua Sealand, who might be the tallest runner in the entire field of competition this year. Sealand and Garcia Casani right now, 1-2. Jeremy Hernandez is kind of tucked in there in 4th place at the moment, as Swenson from Tufts kind of dips in front of him. 2 laps to go in our men's 1,500-meter race. Mentioned St. Olaf has 2 competitors this year in the championship. Sean Bjork is a senior, and Jacob Eggers also a senior. Each of the 2 of them had been awfully impressive throughout the course of their careers, and this is some of their best work. Kyler Luke from Wisconsin Eau Claire trying to make a push on the inside. Garcia Casani still out front. Claremont Mud Scripts with Josh Sealand right behind him. Carleton's Cook Gallardo trying to make a move into 2nd place, and he does. Isaac Garcia Casani will take the lead into the final lap. Garcia Casani starting to put a little bit of space between him and Cook Gallardo. Can he keep up the pace? Matt Cooper from Wisconsin Eau Claire currently in 3rd place. Joshua Sealand has fallen back into the middle of the pack. But right now it's all about the leader, Isaac Garcia Casani from the State University of New York at Geneseo. He enters the final 100 meters with the lead. Garcia Casani sprinting toward the finish. A couple of guys on his tails. Hernandez won't be able to catch him, neither will Cook Gallardo. And SUNY Geneseo has a national champion. Isaac Garcia Casani wins the 2017 outdoor 1,500-meter race. Final time of 3:52.59 for Garcia Casani. About a half second faster than Donson Cook Gallardo. Jeremy Hernandez, 3:53.79, comes in 3rd. Bringing in the results here for you live on our screen. The top 8 will be recognized as your All-Americans. Garcia Casani, Cook Gallardo, Hernandez, and Sealand, the top 4. Meanwhile, we are getting ready for the award presentation for the men's 4x100 meter relay. So we'll head down there for that announcement.
Finishing in 6th place, the team from Occidental.
Sixth, but 7th place is a place.
I announced them already.
Oh, well,
I announced them. I announced 7th place. Team from Milliken. Finishing in 6th place, the team from Occidental. Our 5th place finisher is Ross State. Finishing in 4th place in the 4x100 meter relay, the team from Rowan. Finishing in 3rd place is the team from Wisconsin, Whitewater. Our runner-up in the men's 4x100 meter relay, the team from Wisconsin, Lacrosse. And handing out the awards for this national championship team is Coach Kevin Patterson from Benedictine. And ladies and gentlemen, our national champions for 2017 Division III is the team made up of Jalen Griffin, Calvin Jordan, Javon Hay, Matt Fleming, with a time of 40.40 seconds, Benedictine.
Congratulations to Benedictine, the national champions, as Matt Fleming ran that final leg faster than anybody else. And the national championship trophy with the 4x1 is going back to the state of Illinois. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, we'll get you set for our next event on the track, and that will be the women's 100-meter hurdles. That's coming up next on NCAA.com. Our coverage continues this afternoon at the Outdoor National Championships for track and field here at Division III. We've had several races already today, and we've started to give out some of our hardware. Take a look now at the updated standings. We gave you the men's standings earlier. Here are the ladies' standings updated. Ithaca has not scored many points since that first day, but they still maintain a brief lead over Carthage. Ohio Northern got 10 points from Emily Richards. They're moving up into 4th place now, a total of 16 for them. SUNY Geneseo's had a good showing as well. We haven't seen many athletes yet from Washington University. They are the heavy favorite coming in, but we expect Washington University to have a very strong afternoon. The next event we're going to have on the track will be the women's 100-meter hurdles. But in the meantime, before that gets rolling, we'll continue our coverage with the pole vault. And it's worth noting, before we jump too deeply into the pole vault here, that the 100-meter hurdles on the ladies' side and the 110-meter hurdles on the men's side are actually going to be 2 heat finals, because in both events yesterday, there were a couple of participants that contested the results. Amber Edwards from Ithaca will have a chance to run by herself. Ryan Scott from Christopher Newport and Bobby Cooks from Aurora will run against each other in a final as well. Reason being for those, we had a couple of crashes in the hurdle race, and those athletes felt that their times were impeded because of a couple of the other collisions, and so they were awarded the opportunity to run here in a separate heat in the finals. But we'll still have the regular finals come your way as well. Meanwhile, on the pole vault, not quite enough there from Wisconsin Oshkosh's Devin Gershon. See if we can give you an update here on our pole vault coverage so far. See who's doing well. Looks like Wisconsin Whitewater's Zach Jasinski, St. Thomas's Connor O'Neill. They are right now both in first place. They have not faulted on any of their jumps. Messiah's Tim Moses, Brockport State's Whitman Oler Marks, North Central's Dylan Kuipers, Spencer LaHaye from North Central, Jesse Johnson from Wisconsin Stevens Point, Luke Patton from Penn State Barron. Those guys have all cleared already at 4.8. Matt Keim from Mount Union just cleared as well. The rest of the field still yet to jump at 4.80 meters. Must be David Kemper's lucky day because we've gone over a couple times and we seem to keep finding him. You can see that it's abundantly sunny today. Just a tremendously gorgeous day for our final day of competition. Kemper shoves himself all the way up there and he just clears over the top. Anyways, it's a nice transition today to see that be the case after a pretty rough first couple of days weather-wise. So as we mentioned, Amber Edwards, the junior from Ithaca, will run by herself. The public address announcer is explaining the situation here.
Chose to rerun today against time rather than running yesterday. So we have two sections of both women's and men's high hurdles. The athlete whom you see on the track in lane number 5, that's Ithaca junior Amber Edwards, was interfered with yesterday. Amber chose to rerun the race today by herself against time. She will need to run a better time than one of the athletes in section number 2 in order to place. So fans, let's get behind her. Let's give her all the encouragement that she needs.
So Amber Edwards will have a chance here to run her way into the finals. She is capable of running a 14.53. She's going to need to displace somebody who is in section 2 of the finals. Her best time would knock out Riley Wagner, a sophomore from Misericordia, if she was able to do that and match her best time of the year. And again, for Ithaca as a team, they would love it if she could get into this final because it might give them an opportunity for more points as a team. So Amber Edwards will run on her own against the clock in a time final here. I imagine it has to be kind of a weird feeling to run these on your own, but have it be in the course of competition. Crowd really getting behind Edwards. She clears the first several hurdles, no problem. Moving well, flying up the middle of the track. Edwards to the finish line, and she crosses in 14.46. That may be good enough to put her into the finals. Actually, they're going to call it 14.45 instead. We'll have to wait and see what they choose to do here, but that time is certainly good enough to put her in contention with the rest of the field. Here come the introductions for the remaining contestants.
Lane 3, Wheaton, Massachusetts junior Raven Fontaine. In lane 4, the athlete who finished 7th in last year's national meet, Bates senior Allison Hill. In lane 5, Washington University senior Daisy Ogady. Lane 6, Redlands senior Allison Smith. Next to her in lane 7, Transylvania senior. She finished 4th in the national meet last year, Jordan Fender. In lane 8, Washington University senior, Rebecca Ritterhoff. And filling out our field in lane 9, Westfield State junior, Sabrina Prey.
Here were your top qualifiers in the preliminary races that were run yesterday afternoon at 2:15. And here we are not 24 hours later to contest for a champion. This is exactly where Washington University expects they can start to pick up some points. Daisy Ojeda, a senior from Washington University, will run in lane 5, and I think she is the favorite. Rebecca Ritterhoff, another Wash U Bear, she'll be in lane 8. But keep your eye on Allison Hill from Bates. She is lightning fast. So is Allison Smith from Redlands. Smith, Hill, and Ojeda were 3 of the top 4 qualifying times nationally coming into this meet here this weekend. Amber Edwards from Ithaca has already run a 14.45. We'll see where that puts her in the final tally. D3 record, 13.6, set back in 1998. Might we see it fall today?
Set.
Good start on the inside from Riley Wagner in Misericordia. Bates College, Allison Hill coming on quickly. She's out in front with about half the race left in front of her. Transylvania's Jordan Fender is pushing way out front to the end, and it looks like it's Jordan Fender from Transylvania that is your national champion. Either her or Allison Smith. It'll be Smith. Allison Smith just out touches. Wow. Allison Smith by less than 1/10 of a second. She goes over and gives Fender a big hug. Allison Smith in tears. Incredible. Let's take another look at her championship winning race. Allison Smith running in lane 6, Fender in lane 7. Neither of them got off to a great start. It was Allison Hill out front first, but boy, Allison Smith kicked it into another gear, and she, along with Fender, went bang, bang at the finish line. Everybody glancing up at the scoreboard waiting to see. Priceless. Congratulations to Allison Smith, your national champion in the women's 100-meter hurdles. I can lip read. Pretty sure she just yelled for mom. Awesome. We've got an award ceremony coming up here for the men's 1,500-meter race. Isaac Garcia Casani, the winner. And here are the presentation.
Zachary Campbell. Finishing in 7th place from St. Olaf, Sean Bajork. Finishing in 6th place from Christopher Newport, Jeffrey Dover. Finishing in 5th place from Washington U, Nick Matusi. Finishing in 4th place from CMS, Joshua Seelan. Finishing in 3rd place from Rampo, Jeremy Hernandez. And our runner-up at the 2017 NCAA Division III Championships from Carlton, Donnan Cook Gallardo. And handing the award out to his young man is Coach Dan Moore from SUNY Geneso, and our 2017 national champion in the men's 1,500-meter run with a time of 3:52.59 seconds from SUNY Geneseo, Isaac Garcia Casani.
Congratulations to Isaac Garcia Casani. Pretty cool for his coach to be able to hand him the trophy. That's how the presentation works. The coach from the national champion will hand out the trophies to all 8 of the All-Americans. Christopher Newport with a couple of them, then 8th and in 6th place. Josh Sealand in 4th place from Claremont Mud Scripts. He ran a really nice race. Our next opportunity on the track is in the men's 110-meter hurdles. Bobby Cooks has the national top qualifying time, and he will be running here in Heat 1 along with Ryan Scott. Bobby Cooks did not finish yesterday's race because he claimed he was interfered with when he tripped over the hurdle early in the race, so he will have a chance to run here in a timed final in Heat 1.
Six seconds. In our first section of 2, lane 5 will be St. John Fisher's Peter Girardi. And in lane 6 from Ohio Wesleyan, Ifa Abdul Jalil.
On your marks.
Well, it turns out we were actually given information that was incorrect. I apologize for that. Peter Girardi and Ifa Abdul Jalil will be our 2 runners, not Bobby Cooks and Ryan Scott. Peter Girardi, a young man from St. John Fisher that we've seen throughout the course of the weekend. He'll run in lane 5. And Abdul Jalil from Ohio Wesleyan, a senior that qualified for this just last week. Running against the clock and against each other. Girardi clean clears over the first several hurdles. That is helping him easily pull out in front. And Peter Girardi puts up a nice time of 14.46. Oh, never mind. They had the wrong one up on the board. It's 14.34. So Peter Girardi runs a 14.34. We'll see how that fares against the rest of the field when they come out here momentarily. Here are the top qualifiers here from the preliminary races the other day. David Benjamin and Chase Tolliver, both from Rowan, and this is an event where Rowan desperately needs points because they have not picked up a lot throughout the course of the week. And they've got a chance to pick up as many as 18 points here in this race today. You can see Rowan's jerseys. They are gold on the front, brown on the back, as those 2 guys practice getting off the blocks. David Benjamin was the indoor champion in the 60-meter hurdles. See if he can pull off the same feat here in the 110-meter hurdles. Cody Hall from Trinity, Texas, was also one of the favorites coming in. He was the runner-up nationally at the indoor meet in the 60-meter hurdles. Cody Hall will run in lane 7 for Trinity. What we do know is we're going to have a new champion this year. The 4-time reigning national champion in this event is Salisbury's Luke Campbell. He's won this event 4 years in a row, and he won the 400-meter hurdles 3 years in a row. It was basically a clean sweep for Mr. Campbell. So we finally have a chance to crown a new champion now that he has graduated. And Rowan is certainly hoping that it comes for them. Roland Atto Okine from Wesley will run in lane 3. He is another really quick hurdler. We've already seen Dylan Callanay run well this week. Mason Plant from Mount Union running in lane 9. And Dylan Callanay in lane 1. They were the last two to sneak into the field. Here's our introductions.
10-meter high hurdles for men. Running in lane 1, a junior from Simpson. He was 8th in this event last year, Dylan Callanay. Running in lane 2, a sophomore from Tufts, Josh Etkind. In lane 3, a junior from Wesley, Roland Atu Okini. Lane 4, a senior from Wisconsin La Crosse, Luke Roloff. In lane 5, a junior from Rowan with the fastest qualifying time of 14.23 seconds, David Benjamin. Lane 6 is Chase Tolliver, a senior from Rowan. Lane 7, Cody Hall, a junior from Trinity. Lane 8 is Anthony Quinn, a senior from Randolph. And in lane 9, a freshman from Mount Union, Mason Plant.
On your marks.
All right, so our young men have been introduced, and they are ready to run the fastest 110-meter hurdle race that they can possibly put out there. Again, Peter Girardi in Heat 1 ran a 14.34. That looks to be a pretty good time compared to the qualifying times here from Section 2. But keep your eye on lanes 5 and 6 in particular. Benjamin comes flying off the blocks, as does Dylan Callanay from Simpson in lane 1. Good race from Cody Hall so far, Trinity, Texas, lane 7. It's Wisconsin La Crosse's Luke Roloff, who's racing to the finish line, and he may have outtouched Rowan's David Benjamin. Waiting for the final numbers. Luke Roloff, 14.17, the national champion from Wisconsin La Crosse. Mount Union's Mason Plant with a tremendous run, 14.29. That is significantly faster than his qualifying time when he just snuck into this race. Look at the embrace. Wisconsin La Crosse has a champion in the hurdles. Another look at it down the finish. Roloff running in lane 4. Got a decent start. Cody Hall really ran well. But Roloff just got into a groove, hit every hurdle perfectly in stride, and with those long legs just outtouched David Benjamin from Rowan. The reactions for all the athletes a little delayed because of the suspense. Everybody looking up at the scoreboard, hoping to figure out where they finished. Admittedly, Luke Roloff's family, I am 99% sure, was sitting right in front of us because they were explosive in their cheers. Pretty cool. We're about to have the trophy presentation for the women's hammer right at midfield. We're going to turn it over to that, and then we'll take a break. Our coverage continues after this on NCAA.com.
Finishing in 5th place from CMS, Vaviva Palunas. Finishing in 4th place from Carthage, Mia Bennett. Finishing in third place from Oneonta, Megan Surdock. And our runner-up in the women's hammer throw for 2017 Division III from CMS, Emily Bassett. Say that again. And ladies and gentlemen, handing out the award to the 2017 national champion is Coach Chris Stonestreet from UT Tyler, and our 2000 national champion in the women's hammer throw with a throw of 210 feet 1 inch, Whitney Simmons.
Women's 400-meter final about to take place out on the track. And we are awfully excited to watch this race because Waddle Jonathas, a freshman from UMass Boston, set the NCAA all-time record in her prelim earlier this week.
University of Massachusetts Boston freshman Wadelin Jonathas. In lane 6, Wisconsin Eau Claire senior Jesse Reinick. The athlete in lane 7 was the national runner-up last year. That's Greenville senior Chelsea Giles, last year's national runner-up. Lane 8, Nebraska Wesleyan sophomore Elizabeth Jones, completing our championship field. And lane 9, Wheaton, Massachusetts senior Emily Gustafson.
Waddle Jonathas is definitely the favorite. 53.45 seconds. She's run the fastest 100, 200, and 400 meter dashes of all competitors across D3 athletics this year. We've already seen what Jesse Reinick can do earlier today in the 4x1.
We don't have time. I need to get back to my camera.
Jonathas runs in lane 5. You heard Chelsea Giles, though, the senior from Greenville in lane 7. The national runner-up from a year ago, a senior from Greenville. She had the second fastest qualifying time in the country this year. It appears they are recognizing some Special Olympians near midfield on the infield there. Apparently they have a competition coming up soon and receiving a really warm round of applause from our patrons here this afternoon. All right, so the 400-meter dash about ready to take place. First on the ladies' side, then on the men's side. Again, Jonathan is in lane 5. The young lady, a freshman from Haiti.
We still don't have two.
She's off to a great start. Tied the all-time NCAA record with a 53.45 in the prelims, tying a young lady who also ran for UMass Boston. And Jonathan right now is smoking the rest of the field. She is way out front, halfway through the race. Jonathan right now is basically just running against the clock. Can she break her own record? Nebraska Wesleyan's Elizabeth Jones trying to hang in there. On the inside, Kaylee Jones and Katie Crick from Nebraska Wesleyan trying to vie for second or third place. But this race is all about Waddle and Jonathan. Will she break her own record? The fastest time in NCAA D3 history. I think she just found out she broke the national record. Good for her. Tremendous race for Waddle and Jonathan. Katie Crick from Nebraska Wesleyan comes in second place. Third place time, a 54.86. Nebraska Wesleyan's going to pick up 54.96 from Elizabeth Jones. So Nebraska Wesleyan is going to pick up some extra points here from this race for sure. We'll show you the whole race in its entirety again here since it's less than a minute. You can just tell from right at the get-go. I mean, she's got a longer stride than everybody else, and it looks like she's just gliding through this first 200 meters. No offense to Emily Gustafson on the outside, but Jonathan ran probably 220 meters faster than Gustafson ran 200. And at this point, I mean, there is nobody that was going to catch her. This might have been the least competitive race we've seen all weekend. Jonathan coming down the final stretch. She ran out of gas just a little bit toward the end. You can tell she kind of took a couple of shorter strides there at the end of the race, but still the fastest time ever run. And she is a national champion. There it goes. She finds out from the PA announcer that it's a new national record. Milk in the moment. An amazing accomplishment. Meanwhile, we're about to have a trophy presentation for the women's 100-meter hurdles.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could direct your attention once again to the awards area, we'd like to give the awards out for the women's 100-meter hurdles. Finishing in 8th place from Ithaca, Amber Edwards. Finishing in 7th place from Westfield State, Sabrina Prey. Finishing in 6th place from Washington University, Rebecca Radaroff. Finishing in 5th place from Washington University, Daisy Ogeed. Finishing in 4th place from Pittsburgh State, Annie Wooley. Finishing in third place from Bates, Allison Hill. And our runner-up in the women's 100-meter hurdles from Transylvania, Jordan Fender. Handing the award out for our champion is Coach Mike Schmidt from Redlands, and our 2017 national champion for the women's 100-meter hurdles with a time of 13.98 seconds from Redlands, Allison Smith.
Congratulations to Allison Smith. One of the pictures of the day. Allison Smith elated to win a national championship. We're going to get it up.
Union and Cortland State with 16 points. In fourth is George Fox with 23 points. Wisconsin Whitewater in third with 26 points. Benedictine of Illinois in second with 28 points. And our leader through 12 events on the men's side, Wisconsin Lacrosse, 32 points.
So Wisconsin Lacrosse on the men's side has certainly made a statement early on. They were the top-ranked team coming in, and the 14-time national champs right now are vying for number 15. Meanwhile, back on the track, it's the men's 400-meter final. And there are a couple of guys here that are really going to catch our attention. This could be one of the more hotly contested races all weekend. The men's 400 and the men's 200 are really pretty open. Ethan Valentine from Calvin ran a blazing fast sub-47 second time. That's faster than Marquise Brown's qualifying time to get in, and he was the top national qualifier. Marquise Brown will run in lane 6. Before we jump to this event, though, another presentation.
Finishing in sixth place from Stockton, Cassandra Rusko. Finishing in fifth place from Emory, Gabriel Stravak. Finishing in fourth place from Bates, Jessica Wilson. Finishing in third place from Whitworth, Kayla Leland. Our runner-up in the women's 1,500-meter run for 2017 from Virginia Wesleyan, Marissa Combs. And our 2017 National Division III Collegiate Champion with a time of 4:23.87 from Ohio Northern, Emily Richards.
Emily Richards ran away with that 1,500-meter race, no problem. And she wins her first national championship of the day. I say that because the 800-meter race is coming later, and she is the heavy favorite in that one. Meanwhile, the men's 400-meter dash about ready to go. Here come the introductions.
Valentine of Calvin, 46.80 seconds. Today's contestants, in lane 1, a sophomore from Wisconsin Oshkosh, Ryan Powers. In lane 2, a senior from Augustana, Isaac Smith. Lane 3 is Aaron Green, a sophomore from Methodist. In lane 4, Carl Clam, a sophomore from Bethel. Lane 5, a junior from Calvin, Ethan Valentine, our stadium record holder. Lane 6 is Marquise Brown, a junior from Texas Lutheran. Lane 7, Ross Denman, a senior from Wisconsin Lacrosse. Lane 8 is Ethan Reschke, a senior from Monmouth. And in lane 9, Patrick Michael, a freshman from Loris.
Marquise Brown in lane 6, the top qualifier nationally coming in, was 11th at last year's outdoor meet, but he was the 2017 indoor champion in the 400. Ross Denman from Wisconsin Lacrosse, 3rd in 2014 in this event. He is so quick. And Carl Clam is going to anchor the final race of the day for Bethel in the 4x4. They are the top seed in the championship later. Keep your eye on those three as we get set for the 400-meter dash. Ethan Valentine kind of got off to a bad start after running a stadium record 46.8 yesterday. He is falling behind a little bit. Patrick Michael from Loris out front after we make that first turn. Here comes Wisconsin Lacrosse's Ross Denman, closing the gap pretty quickly. On the inside, Ryan Powers has really fallen behind for Wisconsin Oshkosh. Carl Clam from Bethel merging into your picture and thrusting himself into the lead. Down the stretch they come with Valentine and Clam. Marquise Brown starting to fall back. It's Valentine from Calvin out in front. Ross Denman trying to make a late push. And it's Denman from Wisconsin Lacrosse, your national champion in the 400. Ross Denman just congratulated by his teammate and classmate Luke Roloff, who won the 110-meter hurdles just a few moments ago, and now Ross Denman will stand atop the podium. .86.89. What a tremendous race for Ross Denman. Another look down at the finish line here from the backside. Valentine from Calvin looked like he had it, but Denman just outlegged him to the close. A nice finish there from Marquise Brown. He finishes in third place. Back to another trophy presentation here with triple jump on the men's side coming up.
Give our awards out for the men in the triple jump. Handing out the awards today is Coach Justin Kinser from Benedictine. Finishing in 8th place from Capital, Logan Allison. Finishing in 7th place from Nebraska Wesleyan, Garrett Selhorst. Finishing in 6th place from Delaware Valley, Tariq Thomas. Finishing in 5th place from Rose Holman, Trey Sykes. Our 4th place finisher in the triple jump from CMS, Cam Van. Finishing in 3rd place from Wisconsin Stevens Point, Jerry Williams. And our 2017 runner-up in the men's triple jump from Stockton, Jared Lewis. And our 2017 Division III national champion in the triple jump with a jump of 52 feet 5 1/4 inch from Benedictine, Luther Newbern.
In these
Luther Newbern, your national champion in the men's triple jump. Benedictine continues what has been a nice Saturday at the national meet. When we come back, we'll give you the 100-meter dashes, some of the most exciting races in collegiate track, and it's coming up next on NCAA.com. Continues this afternoon as we get ready for our most exciting races potentially of the day. It's the women's 100-meter dash followed by the men's 100-meter dash. If you joined us a little late, I'm Brendan Gulick. We're at the Spire Institute, about 45 miles east of downtown Cleveland. We've already seen a couple of NCAA records today in what has been a fast track in our final day of the National Outdoor Championships. This is going to be a fun race because, honestly, it feels wide open. Amber Sellen from Bridgewater has a great chance. Tyra Abraham is our reigning national champion. She'll run for Claremont Mudd Scripps in lane 4. Onisha Clark ran a blazing fast time, 11.91 in lane 5. Daisy Ojeda in lane 7. She's already competed today. Here comes the award ceremony, though, first for the 110-meter hurdles, before we have our 100-meter dash on the ladies' side.
From Randolph, Anthony Quinn. Finishing 6th place from John Fisher, Peter Girardi. Finishing in 5th place from Wesley, Roland Otto O'Kine. Finishing in 4th place from Trinity, Texas, Cody Hall. Finishing in 3rd place from Mount Union, Mason Plant. Our runner-up in the men's 110-meter high hurdles from Rowan, David Benjamin. And handing this award out is Coach Luke Agerson, our 2017 national champion, Division III collegiate, with a time of 14.17 seconds from Wisconsin La Crosse, Luke Roloff.
Once again, congratulations to Luke Roloff, who just out-touched David Benjamin from Rowan in the 110-meter hurdles. Here comes our introductions for the women's 100-meter dash.
Bronson Whitewater sophomore Celeste Mata. In lane 2, Aurora Junior Deterica Simpkins. In lane 3, Emory sophomore Danny Bland. The athlete to watch in lane 4, the national champion, defending national champion. She won this event last year, CMS junior Tyra Abraham. Next to her, the athlete with the top seed time, Misericordia sophomore Onisha Clark. She was 8th in the national meet last year. In lane 6, Bridgewater, Virginia junior Amber Sellen. She was 4th in the national meet. In lane 7, Washington University senior Daisy Ojeda. Lane 8, Methodist sophomore Chelsea Johnson. And completing our championship field, lane 9, Aurora senior Lisa Rodriguez. Championship run women's 100 meters.
Amber Sellen, Onisha Clark, Tyra Abraham in lanes 6, 5, and 4. They are heavy favorites to be top 3 here in the 100-meter dash. But don't count out Daisy Ojeda from Washington U or Danny Bland from Emory. Sellen got off to a great start. So did Tyra Abraham, the reigning national champion. Anybody's race as Onisha Clark from Misericordia and Amber Sellen go to the tape. Awfully close to tell, waiting for the time. Still waiting for a national championship time. Too close to tell on the initial run. Clark and Sellen appeared to go 1-2. Amber Sellen 11.63. Waiting for Onisha Clark's time. 11.64.01 separates the two, and Amber Sellen is a national champion. Washington University picks up 6 more points with a third-place finish from Daisy Ojeda. Tyra Abraham, last year's national champion, finishes in 4th at 11.75 as we take another look. The first 50 meters really felt like it was anybody's race. Sellen and Clark to the finish, and it was Amber Sellen by just a nose, 0.01. And she's able to pull it out on the timesheet. Incredible. So Bridgewater has a national champion, and we will go on crown Wadelin Jonathas, who broke the NCAA record.
Brittany Feldman. Finishing in 6th place from Nebraska Wesleyan, Kaylee Jones. Finishing in 5th place from Greenville, Chelsea Giles. Finishing in 4th place from Wisconsin Eau Claire, Jesse Renick. Finishing in 3rd place from Nebraska Wesleyan, Elizabeth Jones. Finishing in 2nd place, our runner-up from Nebraska Wesleyan, also Katie Crick. And our 2017 Division III Collegiate National Champion with an outstanding time of 52.81 from UMass Boston, Wadelin Jonathas.
Wadelin Jonathas with the fastest 400-meter dash in the history of Division III women's college track. Congratulations to her. Her first national championship of her career. Got a feeling there may be more before she's all done. We are getting ready for the men's 100-meter dash, which should start in about 5 minutes. You can see them mulling about a little bit. Parker Witt from Wisconsin Whitewater standing there in the number 9 on his right thigh. He is definitely one of the favorites. We just saw Jamal Watkins run for Birmingham Southern earlier today in the 4x1. Jawan Petty's Jackson, a tremendous young sprinter. He was the 2017 indoor champion in the 200. Stevenson's Devontae Williams making his 3rd trip to nationals. He also competes in the 200, but was the program's first All-American earlier this year when he finished in the top 4 at the indoor national meet. And Devontae Williams is just a grimacing runner. Watch him run and you wouldn't want to get in his way. David Paynato from Wisconsin River Falls also with a really nice time, 10.52 in the qualifying. While we wait for the public address announcer, though, to introduce those guys, we're going to go cover the pole vault here for a little bit. Kind of see how things are going there. Let's give you an update as best we can. Luke Winder is definitely the favorite in this event. We'll have to see where Winder has made his presence so far today. Well, he hasn't yet. Luke Winder hasn't vaulted once. He has passed on every height, including 5.00. He is the 3-time defending national champion in the indoor and the 2-time defending champ on the outdoor, looking to become the first pole vaulter in D3 history, men or women, to win 6 pole vault championships. Well, everybody right now that is still left in the competition is vaulting at 5 meters. It appears that only 3 have cleared so far. Dan Evers from Monmouth, Everett Clevin from Washington U, and Tim Moses from Messiah have all cleared 5 meters. Jesse Johnson still alive. Andrew Bartnett from Johns Hopkins has chosen to pass on 5.0 and 5.05, so we won't see him vault again for a little bit. North Central's Dylan Kuipers missed on his first vault at 5 meters. Josh Steineman missed on his first from 5 meters, and that's the only remaining competitors that we have. So we are looking at a total, I believe, of 7 remaining guys. No, 8 are left because Luke Winder has not vaulted yet. So we're working our way toward crowning a champion in the pole vault. Everybody that's left will be an All-American. But we're excited to see Luke Winder vault for the first time, whenever that is. In the meantime, it's worth noting that Wisconsin lacrosse has had a tremendous day as a team, with 2 national champions here in the last hour or so, and they have a comfortable lead in the men's team scores. Here comes our PA announcements for the introductions for the men's 100-meter dash.
In our finals today, in lane 1, representing Misericordia, a junior, Jawan Pettis Jackson. In lane 2, a junior from Westminster, Javon Hardy. Lane 3 is Utica junior Nicodemus Gamble. Lane 4 is David Paynota, a senior from Wisconsin River Falls. Lane 5, a junior from Birmingham Southern. He set the track record in qualifying of 10.47 seconds, Jamal Watkins. Lane 6 is Parker Witt, a junior from Wisconsin Whitewater. Lane 7, Devontae Williams, a senior from Stevenson. Lane 8 is Emmanuel Egbujor, a sophomore from Augsburg. And lane 9, Jeremiah Davis, a freshman from Greenville. Your field in the men's 100-meter dash.
There are your top preliminary qualifiers for this race. It's worth noting that the top 6 that qualified for this race, all 6 of those guys broke the stadium record. So we are going to see some blazing fast times here on Championship Saturday. Parker Witt in lane 6, Jamal Watkins in lane 5, 2 that you would think might have a really good chance to win this event. They're off in the 100 meters. Jamal Watkins flies out of the gates in the middle of the track. Paynata right next to him. Parker Witt coming up on the middle as well. Watkins and Parker Witt nose and nose. And it's Birmingham Southern's Jamal Watkins, the national champion in the 100-meter dash. 10.34 obliterates the stadium record. Parker Witt with a 10.37, just a touch behind him. Javon Hardy finishes in 3rd. Westminster gets a 3rd place finish in the 100-meter. Congratulations to Jamal Watkins, who ran earlier today in the 4x100-meter dash and was able to recover in time to come back and put together a nice showing here, and he wins a national championship. Watkins ran the second leg of the 4x1 earlier this afternoon as we take another look at our 100-meter championship. Watkins just right down the middle. He didn't have it the whole time. Parker Witt was closing fast, but Watkins just out-touched him at the line. So Jamal Watkins is your 100-meter dash champion. Parker Witt and Jamal Watkins both were kind of staring up at the screen, waiting for the final numbers to be put up. And there it is. Meanwhile, let's go back to the public address announcer as we recognize our All-Americans in the 400-meter.
Finishing in fourth place from Loris, Patrick McKell. Finishing in third place in the 400-meter dash from Texas Lutheran, Marquise Brown. Our runner-up in the men's 400-meter dash today from Calvin Ethan Valentine. Handing this award out is Josh Bolkholz from Wisconsin Lacrosse, our 2017 Division III NCAA National Champion with a time of 46.89 from Wisconsin Lacrosse, Ross Denman.
Ross Denman from Wisconsin Lacrosse with a 400-meter championship, one of a couple that Wisconsin Lacrosse has won today. We'll take a quick break, but when we come back, Emily Richards in her signature event will run the 800 on the other side of this timeout here on NCAA.com. We're about 5 minutes away from the start of our next event on the track. That will be the women's 800-meter dash as our contestants start to loosen up a little bit. Let's give you a quick recap of how things have gone in our field events, though, because we haven't given them a whole lot of love since we've had so much action on the track. These are your results from the women's field events. The only one today that won a championship was Whitney Simmons from Texas Tyler in the hammer. The triple jump is being contested at the moment. Brandy Smith won a championship for the discus early in the week for Ithaca and got Ithaca off to a great start, along with Taryn Cordani, who won the 10K. Taryn will also run the 5K later this afternoon. But Ithaca needs some more points. They are 2 points behind Carthage now in the overall team standings. On the men's side, here are your field champions so far. Justin Lewis was incredibly fun to watch yesterday at the high jump. A freshman from Worcester State jumped over 2.16, and he was just able to hold off George Fox's Jacoby Wolf in that high jump championship. The pole vault and hammer are being contested at the moment. Our heptathlon results from our women's competition over the first couple days found Kylie Bartlett, the national top seed, entering this weekend's championship meet. She won the heptathlon. She is a sophomore from Rochester, and it's her first national championship. And the decathlon results on the men's side, Jack Flood took home the championship. Connor Christopherson, an All-American, fell to third. Tobias Muellers with a nice showing in the 1500 yesterday. He vaulted into second place. Getting ready for the 800-meter race where Emily Richards has run the fastest time ever earlier this year with a 2:02.34. She is the all-time record holder in this race for Division III and the heavy favorite coming in. She's already won the 1500 today. In fact, her 1500 race ended just less than an hour and a half ago. But she's going to run the 800, which again is her signature event. She is a national champion and looking for another one. Your remaining top qualifiers include Carmen Mejia from Claremont Mudd Scripps, who ran a 2:08.60 to come into this meet. Pretty nice times here all across the board, but let's go to the introductions.
2015. Here are the athletes competing today. Starting in lane 1, it'll be Williams Sr., Yvonne Williams Sr., Yvonne Bungay. In lane 2, SUNY Geneseo Sr., Mackenzie Ross. In lane 3, Bates sophomore Aiden Eichhoff. In lane 4, Plattsburgh State Junior Stephanie Boucher. The athlete to watch, starting in lane 5, jersey 306, the defending national champion, Ohio Northern Junior Emily Richards. Next to her in lane 6, CMS Senior Carmen Mejia, third in the national meet last year. And next to her, another athlete who placed in the national meet last year, that's Washington University Junior Annalise Wagner. Annalise was 5th in the national meet last year. Starting in lane 8, WPI freshman Sydney Packard. Completing our championship field in lane 9, Washington University senior Ashley Knutson.
You heard a lot of introductions involving Washington University today on the ladies' side, and they have made a big statement as the 800-meter race has begun. Emily Richards in lane 5, the defending national champion and the one to watch, unquestionably. But we'll see who might give her a little bit of a push at the outset. Ashley Knudsen from lane 9 has to try and get out to a quick start. Emily Richards pulling to the front of the pack after the first 150 meters, and she sets the tempo. Right behind her, Stephanie Boucher from Plattsburgh State, a junior who also ran really well earlier this year. Qualified at the Swarthmore final qualifier. For Richards, it really seems to be just about getting off to a good start. She really prefers to run from the front of the pack more often than not. It's not really about picking her spots. She has been so much more talented than anyone else. Here in the first 400 meters, I mean, she's going to take this first lap by a solid 10 meters or more. The rest of the field bunched up behind her, including both Annalise Wagner and Ashley Knudsen from Washington University. Hanging around, though, in second place, Stephanie Boucher trying to keep it close. Carmen Mejia from Claremont Mudd Scripps, someone we should watch. They need some big team points. Emily Richards with the all-time fastest 800, and it is more than 3 seconds faster than the championship record, which today could be broken. We are watching the clock, and we are watching Emily Richards race away from the rest of the pack. In her first 700 meters, she has created more than 50 meters of wiggle room. Emily Richards just running against the time as she pumps fast down the final leg. Her all-time fastest time, 2:02.34. She is just behind that, but still smashes the NCAA championship record. Emily Richards, a two-time champion today and back-to-back champion in the 800. Mejia and Boucher finish in second and third to round out your top three. Emily Richards went out to the West Coast earlier this year with her team and competed out at Long Beach State and competed in the Mount Sac relays as well. And she was frequently beating Division I athletes and even some pro athletes as well. No surprise to see her cruise to a national title. With that, we'll turn it over to our introductions for the award presentation for the women's 100-meter dash.
8th place from Methodist, Chelsea Johnson. Finishing in 7th place from Aurora, Lisa Rodriguez. Finishing in 6th place from Emory, Danny Bland. Finishing in 5th place from Aurora, Deterica Simpson. Finishing in 4th place from CMS, Tyra Abraham. Finishing in 3rd place from Washington U, Daisy Ogaday. And our runner-up. And our runner-up in the women's 100-meter dash from Misericordia, Onisha Clark. And our 2017 Division III National Collegiate Champion with a time of 11.63 seconds from Bridgewater, Virginia, Amber Sullen.
Amber Sullen honored on the top of the podium for her 100-meter dash national champion, just out-touching Onisha Clark in what was one of the closest calls of the day. We waited for a little extra time before we could finally see the final results in that one. Well, Ohio Northern wins the women's 800 with Emily Richards sweeping the 800 and 1500 today. They've got a chance to take home another national champion, potentially in the men's 800. Matt Molinaro, the top seed nationally and the top time in qualifying. He will be our best runner to watch coming into the 800-meter dash. But until we get ready for the 800, we'll go back to the men's pole vault. I think they just raised the bar a little bit higher. Giving an update as soon as we know that for certain.
Tied for 9th, Wisconsin Eau Claire, Rowan, and Worcester State with 13 points. In 8th place, Wisconsin Stevens Point with 13.5 points. Aurora in 7th with 14 points. Tied for 5th, Cortland State and Mount Union both have 16 points. In 4th at this point, George Fox, 23 points. Benedictine, Illinois in 3rd with 28 points. Wisconsin Whitewater in 2nd, 34 points, and our leader through 14 events scored, Wisconsin Lacrosse, 42 points.
So Wisconsin Lacrosse has a comfortable lead on the rest of the field at the moment. Luke Winder has finally chosen to jump after passing on the first 4 heights. He jumped at 5.05 meters, cleared on his first attempt, then chose to pass at 5.10 meters. There are only a handful of guys still competing. In fact, only a couple still remain trying to clear at 5.10, and Dan Evers from Monmouth has done just that. Luke Winder is passing at 5.10. Tim Moses from Messiah missed on his first attempt at 5.1. Everett Clevin from Washington University missed on his first attempt from 5.1.
15, Nebraska Wesleyan 17, Williams and SUNY Geneseo have 18, Bridgewater has 21, Claremont Mudd Scripps has 25, Ohio Northern is 4th with 26, Washington University is 3rd with 30. Ithaca is 2nd with 31, and your leader with 33 points, Carthage. So the top 3 are separated by 3 points.
That was an update on your women's standings as well. Carthage leading the ladies' side. Carthage is a school in Kenosha, Wisconsin. It's a beautiful campus right on Lake Michigan. If you've never been up there, imagine you would be worth your while to head up and check that campus out. It's absolutely beautiful. Meanwhile, we continue with the men's pole vault here. And that one appeared to kind of slip away from Tim Moses. So we'll go back to the track where we are about to run the men's 800 meter. Here come your introductions.
Record 1 minute 47.56 seconds, set in 1991 by Clive Terralonghi of Lincoln. The Spire Institute Stadium record 1 minute 49.17 seconds. Wearing hip number 1 today, a senior from Claremont Mud Scripps, Joshua Sealand. Hip number 2, a junior from Carlton, Donson Cook Gallardo. Hip number 3, a junior from Greenville. He was runner-up in 2016, Andrew Sharp. Hip number 4, Christian Sogard, a sophomore from Amherst. Hip number 5 with the fastest qualifying time of 1 minute 50.22 seconds, a junior from Ohio Northern, Matt Molinaro. Hip number 6 is John Decker, a junior from Babson. Hip number 7, Nicholas Solomon, a senior from Hope. A senior from Washington University, hip number 8, Deco Ricketts. And a senior from Oswego State, hip number 9, Ben Griffin. Your field in the men's 800 meter run.
So we're just about ready to go as you see the top qualifying times in the prelims. Matt Molinaro will run in lane 5 in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Deco Ricketts was the 2017 indoor champion in this event. Mitchell Black, a senior from Tufts last year, won the outdoor championship, so we will have a new champion here in the 800 this year. Already seen Joshua Sealand run several times. The Southern California Intercollegiate Athletic Conference Track Male Athlete of the Year, all region in the 800, 1500, and in the 5K. Sealand running in lane 1. Men's 800 is 1/8 complete. Not a great start there for Hope's Nicholas Salomon. He's fallen well behind the rest of the pack as Molinaro tries to move his way toward the front, but Donson Cook Gallardo holding him off pretty well. Washington University's Deco Ricketts is also at the front, along with Babson's John Decker. Andrew Sharp, last year's national runner-up, junior from Greenville, hanging in there right in the second and third spot. Molinaro finally found a little wiggle room, trying to move to the outside, but Deco Ricketts is making it tough as he lengthens his stride. Donson Cook Gallardo in first, Deco Ricketts in second, Matt Molinaro in third with 1 lap remaining. Molinaro trying to make a move as he passes Cook Gallardo. Right behind Deco Ricketts. We'll see if he conserves his energy for that final straightaway. Deco Ricketts, one of the fastest in the country. He's got the lead. John Decker trying to make a push. Molinaro and Ricketts, the top 2 as they come around the final curve, and it becomes a sprint to the finish. Decker trying to get to the outside as Molinaro tries to close the gap on Ricketts. He's got it down inside a stride. 20 meters to go. Ricketts still out in front. Cook Gallardo makes a push to the finish. It looked like Ricketts and Cook Gallardo were the first 2 to touch, with Molinaro right there too. What a finish in the 800. Everybody anxiously looking up at the board, waiting for the final times. And it's Deco Ricketts by 1/100th of a second ahead of Donson Cook Gallardo from Carleton. Matt Molinaro finishes in third. Deco Ricketts wins in the indoor season and in the outdoor season, a national champion for Washington. Another look at the sprint to the finish line. You can tell Molinaro was trying everything he could to get there, but look at the ground that Cook Gallardo closed on that back stretch. Deco Ricketts didn't think that Cook Gallardo was there on his tail. Molinaro was just behind as he takes a spill going to the finish line. That was an incredible close by Donson Cook Gallardo. And by 1/100th of a second, he is the national runner-up. Amazing. We are now recognizing the top 8, the All-Americans, in the men's 100-meter dash.
Finishing in 6th place from Utica, Nicodemus Gamble. Finishing in 5th place from Stevenson, Devontae Williams. Finishing in 4th place from River Falls, Wisconsin, David Pinata. Finishing in 3rd place from Westminster, Pennsylvania, Javon Hardy. Our runner-up in the men's 100-meter dash from Wisconsin Whitewater, Parker Witt. Handing out this trophy is Coach Kenneth Cox from Birmingham Southern, our 2017 Division III National Champion from Birmingham Southern with a time of 10.34 seconds, Jamal Watkins.
Jamal Watkins, your national champion, as he edges out a terrific 100-meter dash, beating Parker Witt, Javon Hardy, and David Pinata, all there right at the tape. Meanwhile, we are getting ready for the women's 400-meter hurdles, but they are still setting up the track for that event. The pole vault has come down to just 4 competitors left. Dan Evers from Monmouth, Everett Clevin from Washington University, Johns Hopkins' Andrew Bartnett, and the 2-time reigning outdoor national champ and 3-time reigning indoor champ, Luke Winder from North Central. We're going to throw it to break here real quick, but when we come back, more coverage of our final day of the NCAA Outdoor Track and Field Championships on NCAA. Our coverage continues here this afternoon, and we will immediately go over to the men's pole vault, where reigning national champion Luke Winder has just cleared 5.15 meters There are only 4 contestants remaining, and he's the first one to clear at that height.
Jesus, guys. Really? Kara.
Beautiful vault, and it's a good one from Wash U's Everett Clevin. So the competition moves on with 2 now having eclipsed 5.15. Andrew Bartnett from Johns Hopkins has chosen to pass on both 5.15 and 5.20 after he cleared on his final jump at 5.10. So we're waiting to see if Monmouth's Dan Evers is able to clear 5.15. Meanwhile, the next track event we'll have will be the women's 400-meter hurdles. You can see Dan Evers getting ready to take his giant leap. Evers cleared 5 meters and 5.1 meters on his first attempts. He passed on 5.05 and on 5.15. Looks like we're going to take a quick break from pole vault to go look at the award ceremony. This is the women's 800 meters, which was won by Emily Richards of Ohio Northern.
Handing out these awards is Coach Jason Moss from Ohio Northern. Give him a hand. Finishing in 8th place from Bates, Aiden Beckhoff. Finishing in 7th place from WPI, Sydney Packard. Finishing in 6th place from SUNY Geneseo, Mackenzie Ross. Finishing in 5th place from Washington University, Ashley Knudsen. Finishing in 4th place, also from Washington University, Annalise Wagner. Our 3rd place finisher in the women's 800-meter run from Plattsburgh State, Stephanie Boucher. Our runner-up in the women's 800-meter run today from CMS, Carmen Mejia. And our 2017 Division III NCAA champion, after winning the 1500, coming back with an incredible time of 203.51 from Ohio Northern, Emily Richards.
So Emily Richards on the top of the podium for the second time in about an hour and a half. We're going to go back to the pole vault here where they moved the bar up to 5.20 meters. Dan Evers from Monmouth was the first to try at that height. And watch this. The reaction says it all. Evers with a big-time vault. He sets the new mark. Luke Winder passed at 5.15 and, well, I should say he cleared 5.15, but he passed at 5.20. Everett Clevin was unable to convert on his first at 5.20. Andrew Bartnett from Johns Hopkins also passed on 5.20. So we are only waiting to see if Everett Clevin from Washington University can clear this height. He missed on his first. He'll have a total of 3 tries. .2 meters measures out in English metrics to 17 feet, 0.75 inches. Everybody is chasing Luke Winder, though, knowing what he's been able to do on this national stage his entire career. Hoping to show you one more jump here before we go back to our track coverage with the women's 400-meter hurdles. Of course, Luke Winder works with his dad, Tim, who is the assistant track and field coach and is the vault coach. Everybody trying to get behind Washington University, though. You can see all the clapping a long way away here from the actual stadium. Cleven's jump. Not quite enough. So he'll have one more chance to clear 5.20 meters. We'll let you know how he does, because we've got to go to the women's 400-meter hurdles. To our introductions.
And fans, this is a loaded field. 4 of these athletes stood on the podium last year for this event. Let's begin in lane 1. That is Wisconsin Eau Claire Jr. Ashley Burgee. In lane 2, George Fox sophomore Sarah King. In lane 3, Oberlin Jr. Delilah Draft Johnson. She was 7th in the national meet last year. Next to her in lane 4, SUNY Geneseo Jr. Lauren Bamford. In lane 5, Washington University senior Kelly Hancock. Kelly was 4th in the national meet last year in this event. Next to her, her teammate senior Rebecca Ritterhoff. Rebecca was 3rd in the national meet last year. In lane 7, it's Wisconsin Whitewater senior Meredith Porter. Lane 8 belongs to Wheaton senior Tabitha Evans. And in lane 9, it's MIT junior Hannah Chen, who was 5th in the national meet last year. A great field for the 400-meter hurdles for women.
The D3 championship record, 58.51 seconds, set a couple of years ago by Ashante Little from Wheaton in Massachusetts. Could potentially Hancock, Ritterhoff, Meredith Porter, Lauren Bamford, maybe one of them break that record. We'll find out. Meredith Porter, formerly Meredith Heller. Might recognize that name from a couple years. She was 11th at this meet 1 year ago. Ritterhoff and Hancock, the top 2 finishers in the prelims, and they are very much trying to put Washington University at the top of the leaderboard. Our championship final of the 400-meter hurdles underway. Everybody is off to a fairly even start at the outset. Kind of looks like Kelly Hancock is making a good move, running down the back straightaway. Hancock was 4th in this event a year ago. Rebecca Ritterhoff is tailing closely behind her as Hancock comes into your screen. She has the lead halfway through the race. Hancock around the turn, still clean over the hurdles. Hancock and Ritterhoff right now 1-2 with a close Meredith Porter behind them. Hancock, Ritterhoff, and Porter in that order. Hancock with a lead of at least a couple strides. Ritterhoff behind her. Meredith Porter in 3rd. A sprint to the finish, no more hurdles to climb. Kelly Hancock, your 2017 national champion. Meredith Porter just out-touched Rebecca Ritterhoff. So Washington University will pick up 16 rather than 18 points in the event, with a 1st and 3rd place finish for Hancock and Ritterhoff. So Rebecca Ritterhoff with the national championship. Kelly Hancock right behind her. Meredith Porter in second place. But again, 16 big points for Washington University as Hancock and Ritterhoff give each other the kind of hugs you'd expect from two teammates who are awfully good friends away from the sport too. Well, that's going to help Washington University probably catapult into first place. We'll give you an update on the team standings as soon as we can. Meanwhile, on the pole vault, Luke Winder has cleared 5.25. The only remaining participant is Dan Evers. I believe, no, wait a second, Andrew Bartnett passed at 5.20. Luke Winder clearing at 5.25 sets a gold standard right now. We'll go to the 800-meter award presentation.
Area, we'd like to hand out our awards for the men's 800-meter run. Handing out these awards is Coach Ryder from Washington University. Finishing in 8th place, Joshua Seedlin from CMS. Finishing in 7th place from Greenville, Andrew Shark. Finishing in 6th place from Amherst, Christian Sogard. Finishing in 5th place from Oswego State, Ben Griffin. Finishing in 4th place from Babson, John Decker. Finishing in 3rd place from Ohio Northern, Matt Lenaro. Our runner-up in the 800-meter run from Carlton, Dotson Cook Gallardo. And our 2017 Division III national champion with a time of 151.30 from Washington University, Deco Ricketts.
Congratulations to Deco Ricketts in a really intense finish in the 800-meter dash. Matt Molinaro comes in 3rd behind Ricketts and Donson Cook Gallardo. Meanwhile, Luke Winder has cleared 5.25 meters in the pole vault, and at the moment, wondering if that may be enough to win him the national championship. Dan Evers, Everett Clevin, and Andrew Bartnett still alive.
Wisconsin Stevens Point, 13.5 points. In 9th, Aurora with 14 points. Three-way tie for 6th between Carleton, Mount Union, and Cortland State, all with 16 points. Washington University is in 5th with 17 points. In 4th, George Fox with 23 points. Benedictine is in 3rd with 28 points. Currently in 2nd, Wisconsin Whitewater with 34 points, and Wisconsin Lacrosse, our leader, with 42 points, and that's through 15 events scored in the men's competition.
So you've got an idea now where the teams stand through 15 events on the men's side. We are getting ready for the men's 400-meter hurdles, which is due to start here in less than 3 minutes. Here's an update for the women.
Lane 17. SUNY Geneseo with 18. Williams with 18. Bridgewater 21. Claremont Mudd Scripps is 5th with 25. Ohio Northern is 4th with 26. Ithaca 3rd with 31. Carthage Second with 33 and taking the lead in the women's division after 17 events with 46 points, Washington University.
So Washington University has scored all of their points today, but because they have performed at such a high level on the track, as we expected they would, they have catapulted into first place as they try to repeat as national champions in the outdoor season after having won it for the first time ever during the indoor season. Emily Richards has won 2 national championships by herself today, winning the 800 and 1500 on the ladies' side. Wisconsin lacrosse with a great showing individually. They were victorious in the men's 110-meter hurdles and in the men's 400-meter dash. Ross Denman and Luke Roloff won those races for Wisconsin lacrosse. We've got our introductions coming here in just a moment for the men's 400-meter hurdles, but there you see the top qualifying time this year and the NCAA championship record.
Meeting today in our finals, lane 1, a sophomore from Simpson, Jordan Kugenauer. In lane 2, a sophomore from Mount Union, Connor Troyer. Lane 3 has junior from Wittenberg, Tyler Gittens. In lane 4, a senior from Penn State Barron, Matthew Grafton. In lane 5, a junior from Rowan. He posted our fastest qualifying time of 52.22 seconds, Anthony Salemo. Lane 6, a junior from St. John Fisher. He was runner-up on the podium last year, Peter Girardi. Lane 7 is Peyton Piron. Peyton, a sophomore from North Central. Lane 8 is Danny Trimner, a senior from Wisconsin Oshkosh. And from Eastern Mennonite, a junior. Lane 9 is Connor Faint. Your field in the men's 400-meter hurdles.
All right, so the men's 400-meter hurdles are set. Rowan hoping that Anthony Salemo can give them a nice showing. Peter Girardi finished in 6th place earlier in the 110-meter hurdles. Everybody's off, and it looks like we're off to a good start. On the inside, Connor Troyer from Mount Union trying to give himself a good chance as he clears his first couple hurdles okay. Peter Girardi in lane 6 has really gotten off to a solid effort. Wisconsin Oshkosh with Danny Trimner there on your screen. A good start from him as he tries to pass Connor Fain of Eastern Mennonite. Here comes Peyton Piron. From the backside, Peter Girardi in your view just clipped that hurdle, costs him a little bit. Anthony Salemo from Roland is in a good spot. Matthew Grafton from Penn State Barron in lane 4 chugging along. But it's Salemo from Roland who's got the lead significantly over Girardi, who clears that second hurdle. Girardi trying to streak to a second place finish behind Anthony Salemo, the Rowan winner of the 400-meter hurdle championship. 51.06 is a new stadium record for Anthony Salemo. Tyler Gittens from Wittenberg, the only athlete we've seen represent the Tigers this year, with a nice finish of 3rd place in the 400-meter hurdles. But right now it's all about Anthony Salemo. He and Girardi were both in a pretty good spot coming down that last turn, but when Girardi's foot clipped the top of the hurdle, that kind of gave Salimo the wiggle room he needed. And from that point on, it was Salimo's race to lose. You can see Jordan Koffenauer in lane 1 kind of glancing over his shoulder, trying to figure out who he could still beat. It was a good effort. Gittins came in 3rd place, but really Salimo and Girardi led the pack most of the way. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we should be able to give you an update from the pole vault, as Luke Winder has posted a 5.25 meter vault, and he may be closing in on a 6th ever national championship in the pole vault. That update coming back when we return on NCAA.com. Our coverage of the men's pole vault continues after Andrew Bartnett from Johns Hopkins cleared 5.25 meters on his very last try. And by doing so, he is forcing some pretty stiff competition here toward the end. Winder, Bartnett, Evers, and Clevin, the 4 remaining contestants here in the really just such a tough level. Actually, I beg your pardon, Clevin had bowed out after he passed on his last attempt at 5.20 and then missed at 5.25. So we're down to our final 3. This is our favorite, Luke Winder. Now, I beg your pardon, this is actually Dan Evers from Monmouth, who is trying to put up a number here at 5.30. Winder passed at 5.30. Check that. Winder missed at 5.30. Andrew Bartnett from Johns Hopkins passed at 5.30. Winder on your screen. They are adjusting the height of the bar, trying to figure out exactly if it's at the right spot. The young man you're looking at, one of the most decorated athletes in Division III track and field history. It's really pretty remarkable what he's done. There are very few who have won 5 pole vault national championships, but he would be the first ever at Division III to win 6 if you combine the indoor and the outdoor. He is the indoor national meet record holder, vaulting at 5.52. He cleared 18 feet, 2.75 inches. That's 5.56 meters. He cleared that on May 17th. So even though we're only at 5.3, we might be a long way before Luke Winder is done. But that mark of clearing 5.56 surpassed the existing D3 outdoor national record. One of the best pole vaulters ever, and you're going to see him in action here. Oh, Winder just clipped the bar on the way down. He had plenty to get over the top of it. So he faults on 5.30. Nobody has cleared 5.30 yet. But Winder and Bartnett both cleared 5.25. That's now 0 for 2 for Winder on 5.30. Dan Evers from Monmouth has missed twice at this height. So Winder, Bartnett, and Evers, the 3 remaining for the men's pole vault. Our next track event is not scheduled to begin for another 5 or 6 minutes, and that will be the women's 200 meter, where Wadelin Jonathas is again a heavy favorite after she broke the all-time record earlier today in the 400. She will run in lane 5 of the 200. We don't have too many events remaining. It's been a lengthy day, but it's a pretty entertaining competition. The only remaining events we have left on the slate: the women's and men's 200, the women's and men's 5K, and the women's and men's 4x400 meter relay races. That will conclude the competition. They'll have trophy presentations to award at the end. The front runners on the ladies' side, Washington University. On the men's side, it is certainly looking like Wisconsin lacrosse is in good shape, but Wisconsin Whitewater has had a really nice national meet. Ohio Northern has put together a couple of nice performances on the team score side, thanks to both Matt Molinaro and Emily Richards. Case Shalloy has helped them too. Luke Winder has to clear this at 5.3. He did not attempt. Starts to walk back toward the starting line. He still has time. You can see the clock there through the cage. He's got about a minute to attempt this jump at 5.3. We'll let you know how Winder does in just a moment, but first we're going to check in on the 400-meter hurdle award ceremony.
Finishing in 6th place from Wheaton, Illinois, Tabitha Evans. Finishing in 5th place from Wisconsin Eau Claire, it's Ashley Berge. Finishing in 4th place from Oberlin, Leah Drafts Johnson. Finishing in 3rd place from Washington University, Kelly Hancock. Our runner-up in the women's 400-meter hurdles from Wisconsin Whitewater, Meredith Porter. And our 2017 Division III NCAA champion, with a new stadium record time of 59.43 from Washington University, Rebecca Ryderoff.
Rebecca Ritterhoff, the national champion in the 400-meter hurdles. Meanwhile, a moment ago during this presentation over in the pole vault, Luke Winder with his final attempt on 5.30 meters. And the two-time reigning outdoor national champion clears it with ease. Took him 3 tries to get it done, but he is the first to clear 5.30. Nobody else has cleared it yet, so we'll see what Andrew Bartnett and Dan Evers can put up. Evers missed on his first 2 attempts. Andrew Bartnett passed on 5.30. In the meantime, we are about to show you the women's 200-meter final. Wadelin Jonathas is the heavy favorite, and will join our public address system.
Earlier today, in lane 6, Aurora senior Lisa Rodriguez. Lane 7, you are looking at the national runner-up last year, Bridgewater junior Amber Sellen. Lane 8, Wheaton, Massachusetts senior Emily Gustafson. And completing our 200-meter dash field, Wisconsin Whitewater sophomore Celeste Matta.
Amber Sellen in lane 7 was the 100-meter dash champion earlier today. Wadelin Jonathas won the 400, and they will compete against each other with Daisy Ojeda in lane 4. She is a 2-time All-American in this event. Tyra Abraham finished 3rd last year in this event. She's in lane 2. Danny Bland, lightning quick. She's in lane 1. Jonathas owns the all-time D3 record in the 200, and she's off to a great start. Sellen in lane 7, giving her a good run. But as they come around the bend, it's Jonathas out front. Celeste Matta from Wisconsin Whitewater trying to stay in it. Jonathas is well ahead of the field. Sellen closing a little bit on the outside in 2nd. Aurora in 3rd place with Lisa Rodriguez, and that's how they finish. Wadelin Jonathas, her 2nd national championship of the day. 23.57 is a new NCAA championship record, and it's the new fastest time in D3 history. Another look at Wadelin Jonathas' record-breaking race. So clean off the blocks. Her form is excellent. That was such a big point of emphasis in her training this offseason as she came in as a freshman. You could tell she had the raw power and the raw speed, but she needed to really hone in on her form. And look how that's paid off. Wadelin Jonathas, her 2nd national championship in a matter of an hour, with Amber Sellen, the 100-meter dash champion, right behind her in 2nd place.
A runner-up in the women's 400-meter hurdles from Wisconsin Whitewater, Meredith Porter. And our 2000s.
Meanwhile, the men's 400-meter hurdle champions are about to be recognized at midfield, so we'll join that presentation.
Tate. Finishing in 8th place from Eastern Mononette, Connor Faint. That's Eastern Mennonite. Finishing in 7th place from Simpson, Jordan Cognar. Finishing in 6th place from Mount Union, Connor Troyer. Finishing in 5th place from Wisconsin Oshkosh, Danny Turner. Finishing in 4th place from North Central, Peyton Piran. Finishing in 3rd place from Wittenberg, Tyler Gittens. Our runner-up in the men's 400-meter hurdles from St. John Fisher, Peter Girardi. And our 2017 NCAA Division III National Champion with a time of 51.06 seconds from Rowan, Anthony Salimo. Anthony's time was a new stadium record.
Congratulations to Anthony Salimo, a national champion. Meanwhile, over in the pole vault pit, the bar has been moved to 5.35 meters, where Luke Winder from North Central and Andrew Bartnett from Johns Hopkins are still competing. And Johns Hopkins' Andrew Barnett just cleared at 5.35 on a fabulous vault. Unfortunately, the live results seem to have frozen on us, so we are still waiting to see how Luke Winder will do. Can only partially see him from the naked eye from where we're tucked back in the press box on the opposite side of the stadium. But we will do our best to give you an update. Luke Winder cleared 5.30 on his 3rd and final attempt. Bartnett passed on 5.30 after clearing 5.25 on his last attempt. The next event on the track will be the men's 200-meter dash, but we'll stay with Luke Winder as long as we can. The 200-meter dash, I think, has a chance to be maybe the most entertaining race that we've had the entire meet. That feels totally wide open. Time will tell how it plays out. Ross Denman, the top qualifying time. Denman won a championship earlier today for Wisconsin lacrosse when he came back and won the men's 400-meter, just edging out Ethan Valentine of Calvin and Marquise Brown from Texas Lutheran. It would be big if Denman could give Wisconsin lacrosse another 10 team points. Still see Winder kind of mulling about. It appears as though off camera they are measuring the height of the pole. I don't know if they are changing it or not. Okay, here's the best update we can give you. Andrew Bartnett has cleared at 5.35. Luke Winder missed on 5.35 on his first attempt. He has 2 more attempts. Dan Evers appears to be out at this point. He missed twice at 5.30. Here comes Winder. And he clears it. Looking for his 6th national championship in the pole vault, and he gets over 5.35. Huge vault. Here's an update on the women's scores for you.
For 10th with, correction, tied for 9th with 18. Aurora and UMass Boston are tied for 7th with 20. Ohio Northern is 5th with 26, tied with Claremont Mudd Scripps with 26. Bridgewater is 4th with 29. Ithaca is 3rd with 31. Carthage is 2nd with 33. And your leader after 18 events have been scored, 51 points, the Washington University Bears.
Well, folks, we just understood now even more why Luke Winder reacted the way he did after clearing that last vault. He passed on his last 2 attempts at 5.35 and cleared 5.40 on his first try. So he is now the new leader at 5.40. Andrew Bartnett cleared 5.35 on his first effort, but he's got to try and pass Luke Winder, or else Winder will win yet another national title. That appears to be his father and coach, Tim Winder. In the meantime, the men's 200-meter dash is about to be introduced here momentarily to everyone inside the stadium. Parker Witt, the top qualifying time from Wisconsin Whitewater. Parker will run in lane 6. Jeremiah Davis, a freshman from Greenville, runs in lane 5 after the best qualifying time on Friday. Here comes our PA.
In lane 2, last year's runner-up, a junior from Birmingham Southern, Jamal Watkins. Lane 3 has senior from Wisconsin River Falls, David Peinada. Lane 4 features senior from Wisconsin Lacrosse, Ross Denman. In lane 5, he now shares the stadium record of 21.23 seconds, a freshman from Greenville, Jeremiah Davis. Lane 6, the co-record holder, a junior from Wisconsin Whitewater. He was 8th in this event last year, Parker Witt. Lane 7 is Devontae Williams, a senior from Stevenson. Lane 8, Jawan Pettis Jackson, a junior from Misericordia. And lane 9, the 2016 champion of the 200-meter, a junior from Occidental, Hugh Pagan. Your field in the men's 200-meter dash.
This is an absolutely loaded field as you get a look at the top qualifying times out of the preliminary races the other day. Hugh Pagan, Parker Witt, Jeremiah Davis, Ross Denman, David Peinada all have great chances. Matt Fleming closed the 4x1 victoriously for Benedictine earlier today. Jamal Watkins won the 100-meter dash earlier this afternoon. This is a wide open race. You can see Parker Witt there just right of center on your screen in the purple and white. Everybody with a clean start. Parker Witt comes out fast. In fact, he is well ahead of Devontae Williams. Everybody makes the turn pretty even. Parker Witt is out front. Here they come down the final stretch. Witt has a small lead on Jeremiah Davis, but it is lengthening. Devontae Williams trying to make it close, but it's Parker Witt, the national champion in the 200. .85 seconds is only 5/100ths away from matching the all-time D3 championship record, and it is by far a new stadium record. Parker Witt from Wisconsin Whitewater, a national champion. Waiting for the remaining times. All we know is that Parker won the race. Here they come. Jeremiah Davis in second place. We knew that at 21.06. Matt Fleming, Devontae Williams, 21.07. He finishes in third. Jawan Pettis Jackson from Misericordia finishes in fourth. Jamal Watkins won the 100 earlier today, and you wonder if maybe the fairly quick turnaround between the two races may have cost him. Parker Witt just got such a fast start. You could judge it based on where he was positionally to Devontae Williams from Stevenson. And when they made the turn, that final 100 was wits to lose. Good effort by Ross Denman, who won earlier today in the 400, but he just looked a little bit gassed. As Parker Witt will promise you he won the race. A good look at him and Davis, who went 1-2. Witt's a junior, Jeremiah Davis just a freshman. That's a young man we're going to see again at this meet here in the near future. Meanwhile, back over at the pole vault, where Johns Hopkins contestant Andrew Bartnett is trying to match the 5.40 that Luke Winder put up. He approached and then kind of pulled himself up short. Bartnett, a senior, final year of competition. His qualifying leap was 5.05. So he is already above and beyond what he did at his best earlier this season. But again, Luke Winder vaulted a 5.56 earlier this year, which is a D3 record. Bartnett trying to calm himself. He won't have enough time to make a second effort at it. He's got to make it happen here on this one. Bartnett unable to pass the bar. A valiant effort, but he came up a little bit short. So he has to regroup. Luke Winder has already cleared 5.40. Winder just walked into your picture there. Meanwhile, we only have 4 events remaining on the track. The next 2 will take a little bit of time to complete. They're the 5Ks. And we will start with the women's 5K. The race is set to begin at 3 o'clock, about 5 minutes from now. So we're waiting to see what Andrew Bartnett could try to put up for Johns Hopkins as he hopes to match Parker Witt. He gets a little bit of time between vaults to catch his breath and make sure he can get back to some level of full strength. We're also anticipating some more trophy presentations here in the immediate future. It's been a big day for Wisconsin lacrosse. They've won a couple of races, and they have fared extremely well in many others. Washington University, as expected, has performed outstandingly here on the final day of competition. Washington University has a big lead on the ladies' side. All right, so Luke Winder has grabbed his pole vault back. It appears that Andrew Bartnett has passed on 5.4. Luke Winder missed on his first at 5.45. We'll come back to this in a minute, but first the awards for the 200-meter dash.
Finishing in 7th place from Wisconsin, Eau Claire, Jesse Rennick. Finishing in 6th place from Wisconsin Whitewater, Celeste Meta. Finishing in 5th place from Wheaton, Massachusetts, Emily Gustafson. Finishing in 4th place from Washington University, Daisy Ogade. Again, that is Daisy Ogade. Finishing in 3rd place from Aurora, Lisa Rodriguez. Our runner-up in the women's 200-meter dash from Bridgewater, Virginia, Amber Sullen. And our 2017 Division III NCAA National Champion with a time of 23.57 seconds from UMass Boston, Wadleen Jonathas. Once again, Wadleen Jonathas.
And now let's meet the athletes who are competing in the women's 5,000 meter run, where the national record is 15:51.23 by Missy Buttry of Wartburg in 2003. Hip number 1, that is Ithaca junior Taryn Cordani. Hip 2, Dickinson freshman Sarah House. 3, Bates senior Jessica Wilson. 4, that's Otterbein sophomore Claire Lamb. 5, that's SUNY Geneseo sophomore Elise Ramirez. 6, Johns Hopkins sophomore Felicia Kerner. In 7, SUNY Geneseo senior Sarah Rosenzweig. 8, Loris sophomore Audra Miller, 7th in the national meet last year. 9, St. Lawrence senior Lisa Groen. 10, Williams senior Emma Zahner. Number 11, St. Lawrence junior Megan Kellogg. 12, DeSales junior Veronica Wheeler. Number 13, MIT senior Marianne Gong. Number 14 belongs to Whittier junior Julissa Tobias. The athlete wearing hip 14 is the lady who was 3rd in the national meet last year, Pomona Pitzer senior Maya Weigel. 16, that's the athlete to watch. Jersey 378, the defending national champion, Stevens Institute senior Amy Regan. 17, Hope senior Aaron Herman. 18, Whitworth junior Kayla Leland. Number 19, Wartburg senior Ashlyn Badgie. Number 20, Claremont Mud Scripps junior Bryn McKillop. Number 21, Rochester senior Samantha Kitchen. And number 22, SUNY Geneseo senior Marissa Casero.
So those are your contestants for the women's 5,000 meter race. The 5K starts at the National Outdoor Track and Field Championships. 12.5 laps around the track. We would like to keep our eye on several young ladies, but in particular Taryn Cordani. She won the 10K on Thursday morning. It was the 2016 Elite, or I should say Empire 8 Track Athlete of the Year. And Ithaca really needs her to perform well here in this event if they want to give Washington University a good run for their money. At the moment, right out front, Maya Weigel, who had the top qualifying time in the 10K, but did not run. I beg your pardon, Maya Weigel had the top qualifying time behind Emily Richards in the 1,500 meter, but she did not run that because she wanted to conserve her energy for the 5,000 meter race. And at the moment, Maya Weigel is out front. She is a talented and awfully quick young lady, senior from Pomona Pitzer. Amy Reagan from the Stevens Institute is one of the most decorated Division III college athletes of all time. More on Amy Reagan here shortly. We'll try to give you an update when we get one from the pole vault competition as well, where Luke Winder has pushed the bar, I believe, to 5.50. It appears that he has already won the national championship. I believe that is the case, but I think he is trying to see exactly how far he can go before he hangs things up. Meanwhile, as expected, Amy Reagan out front, along with Maya Weigel, Taryn Cordani, and Marianne Gong from MIT. Three ladies right now at the front of the race are definitely the three that come in with the highest touted accolades. Check this out for Amy Reagan. 13 times she has won an individual championship in the Empire 8. 4 times she was the conference's cross-country athlete of the year. Amy Reagan was a 3-time indoor track athlete of the year in the Empire 8. The 2016 outdoor track athlete of the year as well, in her 12th NCAA championship appearance here this weekend. She won the Division III Honda Athlete of the Year in cross country in both 2014 and in 2016. She has also been recognized 4 different times by the U.S. Track and Field and Cross Country Coaches Association as the Athlete of the Year, and she was the 2017 Empire 8 Conference Senior Female Athlete of the Year. She graduated with a bachelor's and a master's degree in engineering. Amy Reagan had a 3.83 undergrad GPA and her graduate school GPA 3.75, where she got a systems analytics degree. And she's a 2-time COSIDA Capital One academic All-American. I mean, her resume just reads like a laundry list of things that most of us wish we could ever accomplish. Amy Reagan has done it all, and she is one of the best ever to do it. Right now, out front. Felicia Corner from Johns Hopkins, a sophomore running in this race too. She was the 2017 Centennial Conference Track Performer of the Year. A young lady from Munich, Germany, one of the best ever to run at Johns Hopkins. Well, right now she is not really close to the 4 who are out front. Somewhat surprised at the moment is that Marianne Gong has gotten off to such a great start. The senior's best time of the year, 16 minutes, 52 seconds. We'll see how she shakes out. This is the second longest race that anyone will run during our outdoor national track and field championships. Our leaders have 9 laps remaining. Felicia Corner right now by herself in 5th place with a whole host of runners back at 6th and back further. Bringing up the rear of the pack at the moment. There is one young lady who's fallen a little bit behind, and that is Sarah Rosenzweig from SUNY Geneseo, who was in last place. Meanwhile, on the pole vault, I don't believe it's official yet because I think Andrew Bartnett just attempted at 5.50 after he passed on 5.4 and 5.45. Luke Winder successfully had 5.45. So as soon as we know an official result, we'll give it to you, but we know that it, at worst, is just those 2 remaining. And now you can see our 3 leaders starting to separate themselves a little bit. Erin Herman from Hope College running with tag number 17, and she's kind of in the middle of that trailing pack. Erin Herman won the Steeplechase National Championship earlier today. Amy Reagan, Maya Weigel, Taryn Cordani, in that order, right now out front. Cordani beat Reagan in the 10K. Weigel did not run the 10K, even though she had qualified for it. The only remaining races the rest of the day, the men's 5K after this, and then our final events will be the women's and men's 4x400 meter relay teams. We're going to head over to our public address announcer here for a couple of minutes. We'll be back in just a moment.
Ariel Coleman, a freshman from Trinity, Texas. Amber Edwards, a junior from Arapahoe. Sally Cisse.
We're down to just 7 laps for the leaders. No change in your top three. Moving up into the fourth spot now, we have hip number 6, Felicia Corner of Johns Hopkins.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, the finalists for the women's triple jump. Melanie Burnell from Rhode Island College. Ariel Coleman from Trinity, Texas. Amber Edwards, the junior from Ravenpur. Sally Cizo, a junior from Bates. Candace Dice from Williams, a senior. Kayla Brace, a junior from Whitworth. Chloe Rogers, a senior from Williams. Amber Williams from Wisconsin-Platteville, a senior. And your leader, setting an NCAA Division III champion record as well as a stadium record with a jump of 12.91 meters, 42 feet, 4 1/4 inches, Alex Wandy from Geneseo, a senior. Once again, those young ladies advance to the finals of the women's triple jump.
We need a trainer to the hammer area. We need a trainer or medical personnel to the hammer area, please. Trainer, medical personnel to the hammer area.
No change in our top three. It's Rigand followed by Wigand and then Cordani, your top three.
And once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you can direct your attention to the awards area, we have our placers in the men's 200-meter dash. Handing out the award for this event is Josh Ireland from Wisconsin Whitewater. Finishing in 8th place from Birmingham.
So we continue along during our 5K. Our three leaders have been out front the entire race. Terry Cordani now a couple strides back further in third. But still very much in contention along with Maya Weigel and Amy Reagan. It's interesting to know for sure, I suppose we probably won't, but I wonder what kind of impact it has on Taryn Cordani as our leaders hit 5 laps remaining. I wonder what kind of impact it has on her after racing the 10K on Thursday. She won that race, and she won it pretty convincingly. But you wonder how that affects her body and her fatigue, maybe, as she comes into this 5K race. Our remaining runners have started to spread out a little bit, as you might expect as the race continues along. Alicia Corner from Johns Hopkins has been running by herself basically the entire time. She's a good 20 to 22 meters ahead of the next closest competitor, but she in 4th place is at least 100 meters or so behind our leading three. By the way, they just recognized the 200-meter champions on the infield during the course of this race because it takes quite a bit of time. Parker Witt, the 200-meter champion from Wisconsin Whitewater. Congratulations to him. Hope you'd have enjoyed our coverage all weekend long. We appreciate the fact you've probably been tuning in and out along the way. We'll try to give you as best we can the updates, but we would encourage you as well to go online to results.deltatiming.com. You can follow with any of the individual events you'd like, as our leaders now have less than a mile remaining. Pick whatever event you want to follow, and you'll have the live results pop up there. It is now official in the pole vault. Luke Winder has won the national championship for the 3rd consecutive time outdoors. And now for the 6th time, indoors and outdoors combined during his career. The first Division III athlete, male or female, to ever win 6 pole vault championships. Just an amazing accomplishment. Luke Winder, a national champ. His winning jump came at 5.45. He was not able to clear 5.50 and did not attempt 5.55. Andrew Bartnett, with a valiant effort, missed on both attempts at 5.50 to push Winder. And so Luke Winder is the national champ. Meanwhile, 3 laps remaining for our leading 3. The question seems to be which of those 3 will emerge as the winner, but it's a virtual lock as long as those 3 are able to finish the race that they would be your top 3. Audrey Miller from Loris is running with bib number 8 on. She qualified in the 5K and in the 10K. Two-time All-American in the indoor track and field season. Just haven't seen a whole lot from her here, as our leaders have literally run away from the entire rest of the field. Taryn Cordani's made a push, and she's now in front. Cordani, Weigel in second, Amy Reagan right behind them. Cordani seemed pretty content to run along with that group. Weigel tries to pass maybe on the outside. Cordani holds off on the turn. Sarah Rosenzweig has had a tough race. She's about to get passed on the inside by our leading 3. Less than half a mile remaining as Cordani has fallen back now. Weigel's pulled out front. Amy Reagan into second place, and Maya Weigel has really turned it on. This might be where her freshness can really help her, because Taryn Cordani ran the 10K along with Amy Reagan on Thursday morning. Weigel chose not to run that race. Maya Weigel from Pomona Pitzer, starting to put a little separation with Taryn Cordani fading a bit back into third. Amy Reagan and Maya Weigel now well in front of Taryn Cordani. Weigel came in as the favorite, and with 1 lap remaining, she has the lead. Reagan's fastest 5K, 16.5 minutes, 16:33 to be exact. Cordani's fastest 5K, 16:35. Maya Weigel, with her fastest 5K at 16:28. And she has turned on the burners here on the back stretch, pulling away from Amy Reagan, with Taryn Cordani really fading back into third place. And Maya Weigel, with fresh legs, with 200 meters to go, has this one in hand. Amy Reagan just running into the screen. Maya Weigel with 100 meters to go. Here she comes, the national champion. Maya Weigel wins the 5K, and she takes one back to Pomona Pitzer. Amy Reagan from the Stevens Institute in second place. Taryn Cordani, your 10K champion, finishes the 5K in third place. And those 3 were so far ahead of everyone else that we're still waiting to see how the rest of this shakes out. Finally, a couple of other finishers. Fourth place finisher was St. Lawrence's Lisa Groen. Alicia Corner kind of fell back. She will miss the All-American podium. It looks like Megan Kellogg from St. Lawrence needs a little bit of help as she crossed the finish line a bit dehydrated. Still a handful of young ladies remain out there. Maya Weigel, the champion, though. Good push to the finish line by Veronica Wheeler from DeSales. She came flying down that last stretch. There are still a couple of young ladies that are within the last 200 meters of being completed. There you see Erin Herman in the background wearing bib number 219. She won the steeplechase here earlier today, so she's already got one championship under her belt. Herman finishes 10th in the 5K. Our top 8 are All-Americans, but it's all about Maya Weigel. The senior from Pomona-Pitzer wins the national championship. We'll take a timeout here and come back shortly as our 5K coverage concludes with the men's 5K coming up briefly here on NCAA.com. The Outdoor Division III National Track and Field Championships continue along as we kind of hit toward the back stretch of our coverage here on day 3. A look at the men's standings, and you can see Wisconsin Lacrosse and Wisconsin Whitewater right now are in a real dogfight for first place. Lacrosse looking for its 15th national championship as a team. Wisconsin Whitewater would love to steal it away from them as a conference foe, let alone a national contender. Now, in the Hammer, Wisconsin Whitewater does have one contestant, as that is continuing along. The Hammer, Levi Perry, was a member of flight number 1. He is throwing in the championship round of the Hammer. His best mark right now has him in 8th place overall, which might be enough for that 1 point for Wisconsin Whitewater to tie Wisconsin Lacrosse. What we can tell you, though, with the final remaining events, the men's 5,000-meter race, which will get started here at 3:25, Austin Zajikowski will run for Wisconsin Lacrosse and only get points for the team if he finishes in the top 8. On the final side of things, the 4x400 relay, Wisconsin Lacrosse is running, Wisconsin Whitewater is not. So we will see if it comes down to that final race or not. In the meantime, here are your introductions for the men's 5K.
Our contestants today, wearing hip number 1, a senior from Williams, Peter Hale. Wearing hip number 2, he finished 5th in this event last year and was runner-up in the 10,000 meter run, a junior from Wisconsin, Eau Claire, Darren Lau. Wearing hip number 3, a senior from Fredonia, Kyle Collins. Hip number 4, a senior from RPI, Benjamin Fazio. Hip number 5, a sophomore from North Central, Nolan McKenna. A senior from Tufts, wearing hip number 6, Tim Nichols. Hip number 7, a sophomore from North Central, Dhruval Patel. Hip number 8 is Wisconsin Eau Claire senior Nick Peterson. Hip number 9, Zach Plank, a senior from North Central. Hip number 10 is Neil Sadler, a junior from NYU. Hip number 11, Alex Kramer, a senior from State University of New York, Geneseo. Hip number 12, the defending champion and the winner of the 10,000 meter run on Thursday, a senior from Wisconsin Platteville, Ian Lemaire. Hip number 13 is Matthew Deo, a senior from MIT. Hip number 14, he was 8th in this event last year, a senior from Widener, Ernie Patone. Hip number 15 is Andrew Philippois, a junior from Calvin. Hip number 16, Andy Reichling, a sophomore from Pomona Pitzer. Hip number 17 is Henry Woods, a junior from Haverford. Hip number 18, Shane Sullivan, a junior from Emory. Hip number 19 is Tanner Osing, a senior from Augustana. And rounding out our field, Austin Zachkowski, a senior from Wisconsin La Crosse, wearing hip number 20.
So there's your introductions for the men's 5K, which is just about to get started. There's the gun, and off they go. Ian Lemire in an incredible finish to the 10K at the start of the week. Won the national championship in that event. Ian Lemire is the two-time reigning cross-country national champion, and he is the now three-time reigning men's 10K national champion. So we'll keep our eye on Ian, who is currently in 4th place. The pace setter at the outset is Pomona Pitzer's Andy Reichling. A lot of the same guys that run the 10K also run the 5K. Benjamin Fazio is a senior from RPI. He ran at this outdoor meet last year, finished top 20. Ernie Patone from Widener might factor into the equation as well. He was an All-American in this event a year ago. But it's Andy Reichling from Pomona Pitzer, who has gotten off to a good start. Ran at the Mount Sac Relays, 14 minutes, 15.70 seconds. And Reichling out to a pretty good lead. Widener's Ernie Patone trailing behind him. Ian Lemire is comfortably in 4th place at the moment. Sure would be nice for Pomona Pitzer after Maya Weigel won the 5K if they could bring home the men's 5K as well. Let's go to our public address announcer here for some updated score.
And Aurora with 20, Williams with 22, Claremont Mudd Scripps 26, Ohio Northern 26. Bridgewater, Virginia, fourth with 29. Carthage is third with 33. Second is Ithaca with 37. Your leader, Washington University, 51. A reminder, the top 4 teams will be receiving trophies. The top 4 teams in each division will be receiving team trophies.
It was an update of the women's standings that was just broadcast here to our entire stadium. Ian Lemire in third. Fredonia State with a nice showing at the moment. Kyle Collins, the senior, in second place. Wisconsin Eau Claire's Darren Lau is sitting right around 6th or 7th place. Darren Lau basically had the 10K won. I mean, he was so far out in front. And Ian Lemire had an unbelievable, mesmerizing finish to win by 0.04 seconds. Lemire trying not to step on Andy Riesling there as Fredonia State's Kyle Collins has pulled out front. Tim Nichols, we mentioned, from Tufts a little bit earlier, I believe. Tim Nichols is the reigning indoor national champion. Ian Lemire won this national championship a year ago, but it was how he did it that was most impressive to me. He's won this event 2 years in a row. The qualifying time to get in of 13:56.76 is the third fastest time in history. So he is capable of running a sub-14-minute 5K, which is really impressive. Last year, his championship time of 14 minutes 24.02 was 28 seconds faster than his time in 2015. Kind of a fun story when he ran that sub-14-minute 5K. He was actually going to be honored at the Wisconsin Sports Awards for being the Small College Athlete of the Year, but instead he missed it because he wanted to compete in the Dr. Keeler Track and Field Invitational. And he ran that unbelievable sub-14-minute time in doing that back on May the 11th, a couple weeks ago. He also, by the way, ran the final kilometer in 2 minutes and 43 seconds, which is kind of silly if you really think about it. So we are coming down the stretch. Lemire in third. Fredonia State's Kyle Collins out front at the moment. 8 laps remaining. And unlike on the ladies' side, through our first several laps, there's a little bit of separation, but not too much. Everybody is still fairly close together. From the front to the back of the pack only stretches, well, I would say, about 30 meters. A good look there at fourth place runner right now, Benjamin Fazio, wearing 893 on the back of his red jersey. You can see Tanner Osing, the senior from Augustana, was racing toward the back there as well. So our leader's kind of just settling in at the moment. Not quite halfway through the race, but we're getting toward that point. Interesting to see a little bit of the positioning in the middle. For instance, Andrew Philippos from Kelvin is trying to make up some ground, but seems to be losing it on the straightaways. Peter Hale from Williams College made a nice move there. Tough race right now for Alex Kramer from SUNY Geneseo as he is really starting to fade out of things. Seeing some movement now from Benjamin Fazio into second place. Still out front, though, Andy Riesling from Pomona-Pitzer. If you joined us a little bit late, Maya Weigel won the women's 5K. She also competes at Pomona Pitzer. Hard not to have your eyes attracted to Ian Lemire, though, because we expect so much of him in this event. Riesling glanced over his shoulder for just a moment and recognized that the field was right on his tails. Surprised he turned around instead of looking up at the video board, which was in front of him. Could have gotten the same info. Austin Zajikowski from Wisconsin Lacrosse doing himself some favors at the moment. He's the one running in the black hat up in 5th place. Zajikowski would love to give Lacrosse a couple of extra points here in this event and help separate them from Wisconsin Whitewater, as our team scores are not yet official. But Wisconsin Lacrosse has the inside track, no doubt. Wisconsin Whitewater is kind of relying on Levi Perry, hoping that he could have a good showing in the men's hammer. And at the moment, Perry is sitting in 8th place. So if somebody were to jump him, then Wisconsin Whitewater would lose a point there. And at the moment, Nathan Berg from Wisconsin Lacrosse did not get out of the prelims in the hammer. So Whitewater could pick up a point in the hammer, but if Zajikowski runs well enough here in the 5K, Wisconsin Lacrosse might pick up what they need. And the only remaining men's event after this is the 4x400 meter relay, in which Wisconsin Lacrosse is running and Wisconsin Whitewater is not. So Zajikowski probably doesn't know it, but a good showing, he could seal a team national championship. In the meantime, Peter Hale of Williams College has pulled into 1st place. Ian Lemire still hanging around in 3rd. Ernie Petone from Widener has come toward the outside hip. We are just over 9.5 minutes into our race. Our leaders have just over a mile remaining, and here comes Lemire making his move down the straightaway. He doesn't need to get in front of Hale, but he certainly was trying, and he'll let Peter Hale keep the lead for a moment. Williams College has had a nice showing here this year at the Outdoor Championships, especially on the ladies' side as well, but Hale hoping to give Williams some points on the men's side. In the meantime, the 5,000 meter women's awards are about to be handed out on the inside of the track. We won't be able to show you that live. We don't want to take away from our coverage of the men's 5K during that. Plus, our camera may get cut off by runners coming through. Lemire and Hale basically right where they were a little bit ago, and look who's entered the picture. Darren Lau in 3rd place from Wisconsin Eau Claire is right on the tails of the leaders. Lau with revenge in mind after failing to finish off the 10K. Well, that was a tough one for him. Ian Lemire races for Wisconsin Platteville. Darren Lau for Wisconsin Eau Claire. They know each other well from their conference competitions. Hanging around in 4th place, Benjamin Fazio. Andy Riesling has fallen back to 5th after leading for a good portion of the race. And here comes Lemire taking over first with Lau right behind him. Admittedly, Darren Lau looks a little bit more comfortable than Lemire at the moment. It looks like he's exerting quite a bit more energy. All right, our leaders have half a mile remaining as they approach what will eventually be the finish line. Lemire, Lau, Hale, and Fazio in that order with 800 meters left. Waiting to see when Darren Lau might try to make his move. Lau right there with Lemire, but again, it just looks like Ian Lemire is running so much harder than Darren Lau, who is right behind him. .500 meters left. Lemire and Lau down the straightaway. We'll see if Lau tries to take over first place here. Meanwhile, Peter Hale with a great push explodes into first place. Senior Peter Hale is pushed into first. Lau has eclipsed Lemire. Ian Lemire was the national champion a year ago. Darren Lau kind of let it slip away in the 10K. He and Hale making quite a push. Benjamin Fazio has really separated himself. Lemire is falling back in the pack a little bit here. But remember how fast Lemire closed the 10K. Not sure he's going to have enough here, though. It's turning into a sprint. Peter Hale out front. Fazio trying to push in front of him. Darren Lau in third. Here they come down the stretch. It's Hale out front. Over his shoulders, he's looking. Fazio right behind him. And Peter Hale, your 5K national champion. Fazio in second, Darren Lau in third, and Ian Lemire, an All-American, finishes in fourth. Your fifth place finisher, Tim Nichols from Tufts. .14 minutes, 15 seconds. A great race by Peter Hale from Williams. Ian Lemire's career comes to a close as a senior without a national championship in the 5K. But boy, did he put on an impressive performance in the 10K. This moment belongs to Peter Hale, though. Andrew Philippos from Calvin finishing in sixth. He's an All-American too, and he's pointing over to his friends that have made the trip down from Michigan. Austin Zajakowski from Wisconsin Lacrosse finishes in 13th place, so he will not pick up a point for his team in that event. Levi Perry from Wisconsin Whitewater, I believe, finished in 8th place in the Hammer, so it looks like Wisconsin Lacrosse and Wisconsin Whitewater are tied at the top of the men's team standings going into the final event. The difference, though, Wisconsin Lacrosse has someone racing their team in the 4x4. Wisconsin Whitewater does not. So as long as Wisconsin Lacrosse finishes in the top 8, they just can't be last. They have to finish in the top 8. They should win the men's team national championship. Well, we're going to take a quick break as we sort some things out. The women's triple jump is still being contested across the way. The only track events that we have left are the 4x400 meter relays. We'll bring you an update when we return here on NCAA.com.
Finishing in 5th place from Messiah, Tim Moses. Finishing in 4th place from Washington University, Everett Clevin. Finishing in 3rd place from Monmouth, Dan Evers. Our runner-up in the men's pole vault from Johns Hopkins, Andrew Barnett. And handing the trophy to his athlete from North Central is Coach Tim Winder, and the 2017 Division III NCAA National Champion from North Central with a jump of 17 feet 10 1/2 inch, Luke Winder.
Luke Winder at the top of the podium for the 6th time in his career. 3-time national champ in the indoor, 3-time national champ in the outdoor in pole vault. He is the first Division III athlete ever to pull that off, male or female. Congratulations to him and to his father, Tim, who is his coach there at North Central. All right, so look at the women's standings, which basically show you that Washington University has scored 51 points today. And as we expected, they have dominated on the track. They are going to win the Division III Team National Championship on the ladies' side. The men's side is a little bit different. We'll give you those numbers a little bit later. Right now, we have a tie for first place between Wisconsin Lacrosse and Wisconsin Whitewater. It looks like Wisconsin Lacrosse will win that title, but it's not for sure yet. It'll come down to the final 4x4. So with only 2 races left to go, we get you ready for the women's 4x400 meter dash. Mount Union in lane 5. Definitely favorites in this, or I beg your pardon, Washington University in lane 5 are definitely favorites in this race. We're going to join the public address system.
By Massachusetts, Boston in 1998. There are our competing teams. Starting in lane 1, the University of Chicago. In lane 2, Bates. In lane 3, Wheaton, Illinois. In lane 4, the defending national champions, Nebraska Wesleyan. Next to them in lane 5, the top seed time. They were the national runners-up last year. Washington University, they have the #1 seed time coming in at 3:42.6. In lane 6, Wisconsin Eau Claire. Lane 7, Wisconsin Whitewater. In lane 8, Wesley, they were 3rd in the national meet last year. And in lane 9, Wartburg. Good luck 4x4 relay teams.
Rebecca Ritterhoff and Kelly Hancock will run the first 2 legs for Washington University. They have each had fabulous days for the Bears. Nebraska Wesleyan, not only did they win this event last year, they were the 2017 indoor national champions, beating Washington University both times, who came in second. So this has a really kind of a rivalry feel between Nebraska Wesleyan and Wash U. There are a couple of young ladies for Nebraska Wesleyan who are really good 400-meter runners, including Katie Crick, who runs the last leg. Off they go. The final women's event in the 2017 National Outdoor Meet. Keep your eye on Wesley in lane 8. Good start from Alicia Streeter. Wesley is Twice in the last couple of years, they have finished in the top 4 in the country, and Streeter is hauling it out of the gate. Daleen Folkendahl from Wartburg trying to keep pace, but it is Streeter for Wesley off to the best start. Washington University's Rebecca Ritterhoff doing a nice job as well. She's running toward the front of the pack, but Streeter has gotten them off to a great start in lane 8. Down the home stretch they come. Ritterhoff starting to trail off a little bit. Imagine her legs are probably not quite as fresh after running a few races today at the national meet. Brianna Artis from Wesley about to take the baton. And Washington University right in the middle of the pack as Artis comes around the bend. Nebraska Wesleyan gives to Abigail Hunke, who is running with the gold jersey and the black shorts in lane 4. Hunke's got a good start. She is running pretty closely with Wesley's Brianna Artis. Washington University really trusting Kelly Hancock to make up some big ground, and Hancock is doing that well. Wesley in first, Washington University close behind in second at the moment. Nebraska Wesleyan is in 4th place. Here come the Bears. Hancock is outrunning Artis at the moment. Ashley Burgee from Wisconsin Eau Claire trying to keep pace in 3rd place. Nebraska Wesleyan close by in 4th. The handoffs are all good. Annalise Wagner for Washington U is way out front. Wisconsin Eau Claire with Sarah Glidden, the closest trailer, in 2nd. Washington University has led for the last 200 plus meters now. Nebraska Wesleyan hanging around in 4th. Wesley's Quadira Minus in 3rd place, trying to close the gap a little bit. Eau Claire still maintains 2nd place. Wisconsin Whitewater with Leah Richter running now in 5th. Eau Claire making a move. This is Sarah Glidden, who is passing Annalise Wagner. Here comes Nebraska Wesleyan. Kaylee Jones flying down the stretch. It's going to come down to the final leg. The handoffs are all good. Ashley Knudsen running for Washington U. Jess Ruppnow for Wisconsin Eau Claire. Meredith Porter for Wisconsin Whitewater. Angel Hall for Wesley. Nebraska Wesleyan with Katie Crick out front. The 2017 indoor champs, the 2016 outdoor champs, and at the moment, 200 meters away from repeating. Nebraska Wesleyan, with 150 meters to go, has a length of about 7 meters for the lead. Down the final stretch, Katie Crick with 100 meters and less. Jess Ruppnow trying to catch her. Katie Crick and Nebraska Wesleyan, again, national champs in the 4x4. Eau Claire finishes 2nd, Whitewater in 3rd, Washington University comes in 4th. An amazing race for Nebraska Wesleyan, especially when Abigail Hunke gave off to Kaylee Jones. That last 800 meters was unbelievable. And Nebraska Wesleyan wins the national title. And just like that, we have only one event remaining at the 2017 National Track and Field Championships. But I think before the 4x4 race will get underway, they're going to recognize the men's 5K finishers as we get a look at the standings on the men's side. These are up-to-date standings going into the final event. Wisconsin lacrosse, Wisconsin Whitewater are tied, but the difference is Wisconsin lacrosse is running in the 4x4. Whitewater is not. As long as lacrosse doesn't finish ninth, they will at least get 1 point and they will win the team trophy. Whitewater hoping that Wisconsin lacrosse comes in last place. Of course, Wisconsin lacrosse looking for their 15th national championship. Here comes the podium award celebration.
From Williams College will be Coach Pete Farwell and Nick Lehman. Finishing in 8th place from Pomona Presser, Andy Richling. Finishing in 7th place from MIT, Matthew Dale. Finishing in 6th place from Calvin, Andrew Philippos. Finishing in 5th place from Tufts, Tim Nichols. Finishing in 4th place from Wisconsin, Plattsville, Ian Lemire. Finishing in 3rd place from Wisconsin, Eau Claire, Darren Law. Our runner-up in the men's 5,000-meter run from RPI, Benjamin Fazio. And our 2017 Division III NCAA National Champion with a time of 14:15.38 seconds from Williams College, Peter Hale.
We need the throws coach from Dubuque to please report back.
Congratulations to Peter Hale, who stands atop the podium after winning the men's 5K. We're getting ready for the last event of our 3-day competition. And on the men's side, it really does come down to this race. Wisconsin lacrosse has earned at least a share of the team trophy, but if they want to take it home by themselves, then Wisconsin lacrosse must finish at least 1 through 8. They cannot finish 9. We will join our public address system.
8:01 seconds. Running today in lane 1, the team from Augustana. Lane 2 is Wisconsin Eau Claire. In lane 3, Loras. Lane 4 is Occidental. Lane 5, our stadium record holders, Bethel. Lane 6, our host school, Mount Union. Lane 7 is Rowan. Lane 8, Middlebury. And lane 9, Wisconsin lacrosse. Your teams in the men's 4x400 meter relay.
There you go. The 4x4 relay is just about set. Wisconsin lacrosse has made a change in their order. Zach Wallenfang will run the first leg, then Sam Smith, followed by Ben Jordan and Ross Denman. But they're running in lane 9. They did not have a particularly good qualifying time for this championship race, and they know they need a big, strong finish. Bethel had a great race. Patrick Clam will run the first leg, and his brother, sophomore Carl Clam, will close it out as Bethel tries to steal one. Wisconsin lacrosse, the reigning outdoor champion. Mount Union won the championship outdoor in 2014 and in 2015. And Mount Union was the indoor runner-up in 2017. So this is a race the last several years that either Wisconsin lacrosse or Mount Union have kind of dominated. Mount Union will give it to A.J. Digby at the end A.J. Digby runs with a pair of blades. He was one of the fastest racers in the world at the Paralympic Games in Rio this past summer, finishing basically in the top 5 in both the 200 and the 400 meter Paralympic race down in Rio. We are still waiting for this race to begin, but we know what's at stake here. There seems to be some directions being given near the starting line, but not entirely sure what the issue is. They appear to be looking toward right around that first 100. At the end of the first turn. Oh, I see. The speaker had gone dead when the starter was going to tell the runners to take their mark, so they ran across the way from where the 1500 had started earlier, and I think they're going to swap out the speakers. All right, so while we have a little bit of a break, I want to congratulate the Washington University Bears for winning the Outdoor National Championship. They won the Indoor Championship this past winter for their first ever national title in women's track, and they now have won the outdoor title as well. Wash U's had a tremendous day in most of the races we've had. They haven't really performed at a nationally exceptional level in the field events, but they are easily the best across the board on the track. All right, we're ready to go. Wisconsin lacrosse. As long as they don't finish last, they will win a national championship on their own. And they're off. The final event of the 2017 Outdoor Track and Field Championships underway. Great start by Zach Wallenfang for Wisconsin lacrosse, streaking in lane 9. Mount Union's Tyler Neff off to a good start. He's running for the Purple Raiders in lane 6. Bethel with Patrick Clam running okay. He's not losing any ground, but he isn't really making a big statement here in the early going. Purple Raiders are in their black jerseys today. For Wisconsin lacrosse, Wallenfang looks like he's gliding down the last 100. Middlebury's Arden Coleman trying to help keep it tight too. Wallenfang going to hand off to Sam Smith, another senior classmate. And lacrosse continues on. Wisconsin lacrosse trying to run their way to a national championship. Bethel's Carl Olson has really come out front. And now the teams will converge on the inner lane with Wisconsin Eau Claire's KJ Munn, the freshman, pushing the pace a bit. Mount Union's James Roth hanging in there too. It is still Bethel out front as they approach the final 100 meters on the second leg. Wisconsin lacrosse in the middle of the pack, that's just fine for them. Wisconsin Eau Claire still in second place. The Purple Raiders hanging around in third. Good closing 100 by Jeffrey Swanson from Augustana. On the handoff, Isaac Erickson from Bethel. He's a freshman and out in front. Wisconsin Eau Claire. Hunter Hank, another freshman, hanging right behind him. Bethel knows that Carl Clam can close in lightning fast speed if he runs anything normally what he's capable of. Mount Union with Clark Etzler keeping things tight in third. Occidental with Hugh Pagan, one of the best 200-meter dashers in the country. He's trying to close for Occidental. Occidental making a push. Pagan streaking toward what will be the last few strides for him. Occidental and Bethel with 400 meters to go. And they are the first two out. A.J. Digby from Mount Union in fourth. Wisconsin Eau Claire with Brandon Kristinovich. They're in third. Carl Clam trying to bring a national title to Bethel. Occidental hoping that Jay Johnson can close the gap on the last stretch. Bethel and Occidental well out front. A.J. Digby has taken over third place. Wisconsin lacrosse at the moment hanging tough, but they are fading toward the back of the pack. Wisconsin lacrosse cannot finish last if they want a team national title. Down the stretch they come. Digby trying to win it for the Purple Raiders. He's overtaken Bethel and Occidental. A.J. Digby with a first place finish for Mount Union and Wisconsin lacrosse. Ross Denman comes in seventh place, and the Wisconsin lacrosse will win the national championship. For the third time in 4 years, the Purple Raiders are the national 4x400 meter champions. Incredible finish by A.J. Digby, especially that last 150 meters. Wisconsin lacrosse, as you saw, finished in seventh, so that will accrue them 2 more points. And they will win the national championship as a team with 47 total points. But for the meantime, let's recognize those who finished as All-Americans in the men's hammer.
Finishing in sixth place from Hurldes, Tristan Berg. Finishing in fifth place from Laverne, Andrew Carrasco. Finishing in fourth place from Aurora, Brandon Pitchen. Finishing in third place from Birmingham Southern, Corinne Morgan. And our runner-up in the hammer throw from Portland State, Mitchell Couch. And our 2017 Division III national champion in the hammer throw with a throw of 202 feet 1 inch from Augustana, Marcus Simmons.
So Marcus Simmons from Augustana, the men's hammer throw champion. That's a pretty tall stance there on the top of the stage. Looks pretty proud of what he's done, as he should be. Congratulations to Marcus Simmons. Well, our events have concluded, and now it's just about making sure all of the trophies get passed out to the appropriate parties, both for the remaining individuals and for the team trophy presentations. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll have some things sorted out for you and wrap up our coverage here on day 3, the final day of our championships. Back in a moment on NCAA.com. So our NCAA Division III Track and Field Championships have concluded here at Spire Institute. It's been a great week. Let's start by recapping the women for you. Here are your final team standings. The Washington University Bears are national champions after winning in the indoors in this past winter. They have won their first outdoor national team title with a great showing here, especially on the track in the final day. Ithaca, a tremendous effort after a great first day. They've held on very strongly, and Ithaca comes home with a trophy as well, as does Carthage and Williams. The top 4 teams in the country will all bring home team hardware. Here's a look at our field event champions for all of the ladies' field events. Brandy Smith from Ithaca got it started early. It went all the way through the end of the day today when Alexa Wandy just won the triple jump a little bit ago for SUNY Geneseo. They were also well represented this weekend. Congratulations to Emma Egan from Williams, who had a tremendous showing at the high jump in her win. Our track champions for the ladies started with Taryn Cordani in the 10K the other day. Erin Herman won the 3,000-meter steeplechase earlier today. Emily Richards and Waddle Jonathas both won 2 national champions as individuals. Allison Smith with a great win at the finish line for Redlands in the hurdles. See Richards and Jonathas' name written there a second time. Amber Sellen gave Jonathas a pretty good push for a while there in the 200. But Waddle Jonathas is the all-time D3 NCAA record holder in both the 200 and 400 meter dashes. Our heptathlon results: sophomore Kylie Bartlett from Rochester wins the heptathlon here at the national meet. Annie Wright from George Fox, good showing from her. She came in second place. Now on the men's side, where Wisconsin lacrosse picked up 2 big points in that last 4x400 meter race, and so they are the lone champions. They don't have to share it with their conference foe, Wisconsin Whitewater. Cortland State got some really nice points early and late in the meet. George Fox with a great showing as well. Washington University on the men's side also finishing in the top 10. Benedictine scored many of their points today. In the field events for the men's, Luke Winder becomes the first ever 6-time national champion in the pole vault with a 5.45 meter jump today, or I should say vault. In the high jump, Justin Lewis, the freshman from Worcester State, with a impressive win yesterday. Theron Bauman was dominant in the shot put. On the track side, Ian Lemire won the 10K in kind of an upset fashion as it ended up playing out, even though he was the favorite coming in. Ross Denman and Roloff both won for Wisconsin lacrosse this morning within about a half an hour of each other, and that made for a big push for Wisconsin as they come home with that trophy. Ian Ewers also helped out that cause with the 3,000 meter steeplechase. Isaac Garcia Casani had to kind of hold off a couple of guys in the 1,500, and really the 4x1 was one of the most exciting races of the day. Jamal Watkins won the 100 but could not bring it back in the 200. Parker Witt from Whitewater, the Nationals' top qualifier, he wins the national championship. Congratulations too to Deco Ricketts, who held off a couple of would-be finishers in the 800. Mount Union also wins the 4x4 for the 3rd time in 4 years. On the decathlon side, Cortland State picked up 16 of their points by going 1-3 in the decathlon. And with that, we will wrap things up here and send it down to our award ceremony. We had fun calling really all week long. It's been great coverage. We certainly appreciate you making us a part of your weekend. For our producer, Greg Wood and Stover, so long from the Spire Institute, and we hope you'll stick around and watch the remaining trophy presentations at the 2017 Outdoor Track and Field National Championships.
In 5th place from Wisconsin, Pelletsville, Amber Williams. Finishing in 4th place from Williams, Chloe Rogers. Finishing in 3rd place, also from Williams, Candace Dice. Our runner of the women's triple jump from Bates, Sally Cisse. And our 2017 Division III national champion in the triple jump with a jump of 42 feet 8 inches from SUNY Geneseo, Alexa Wandi. Geneseo. And once again, if you could direct your attention to the awards area, we have our top finishers in the women's 4x400 meter relay. Handing out the awards for this event is Coach Ted Bulling from Nebraska Wesleyan. Finishing in 8th place, the University of Chicago. Finishing in 7th place, Wartburg. Finishing in 6th place, Wesley. Finishing in 5th place, Wheaton, Illinois. Finishing in 4th place, Washington University. Finishing in 3rd place, Wisconsin Whitewater. Our runner-up in the women's 4x400 meter relay, Wisconsin Eau Claire. And our 2017 Division III national champions in the 4x400 meter relay, the members were Elizabeth Jones. The members are Elizabeth Jones, Abigail Hunke, Kaylee Jones, Katie Crick, with a time of 3:41.25, the women from Nebraska Wesleyan.
was going to bring it around, but left around there.
Yeah, oh man, why did we do that? It was such a good idea at the time. Well, I'm going to pull this controller then. Sorry, don't want to get me shot. Not really worried about getting organized yet.
All men's 4x4s, please report inside the awards tent. And once again, if you could direct your attention to the awards area, we have our top finishers in the men's 4x400 meter relay. Handing out these awards will be Coach Lucas from Mount Union. Let's give him a hand. Finishing in 8th place, Loris. Finishing in 7th place, Wisconsin Lacrosse. Finishing in 7th place, finishing in 6th place, Augustana, Illinois. Finishing in 5th place, Middlebury. Finishing in 4th place, Wisconsin Eau Claire. Finishing in 3rd place, Occidental. And our runner-up in the men's 4x400 meter relay, Bethel. And our 2017 NCAA Division III national champions in the 4x400 meter relay, the team made up of Tyler Neff, James Roth, Clark Etzler, AJ Digby from Mount Union with a time of 3:14.41. Mount Union.
When will they be ready for the big throw?
Give us 5 minutes or so.
About 5 minutes.
Fans, we've just been informed that our awards program will start in 5 minutes. We'll be recognizing the top 4 teams.
Thank you so much for everything.
On the women's side, we need Washington University, Ithaca, Carthage, and Williams to come to the awards area. We need the team and their coaches.
As well as Wisconsin Lacrosse, Wisconsin Whitewater, Mount Union, and Benedictine on the men's side.
Don't try to act like you don't remember me, man. That was me doing the announcement.
Pardon?
and the Bombers of Ithaca.
They're very happy with how things are going.
And now the runner-up for the men's side of the competition. They finished with 45 points, just 2 points shy of winning the championship. They're the Warhawks from Wisconsin Whitewater, coached by Mike Johnson.
And now the big prize in the women's division, the National Championship Trophy. This team rolled up 56 points. This is their first outdoor national title in track and field. Earlier this year, they won the National Indoor Championship. We would like to have Coach Jeff Stiles and the Washington University Bears, the Division III national champions. Congratulations to the Bears and Coach Stiles and his staff for a fabulous job. 56 points, winning the national title.
And now, let me introduce you to the 2017 NCAA Division III champions. From Wisconsin lacrosse, the Eagles. 47 points for their championship effort, coached by Josh Buchholz. The Eagles of Wisconsin lacrosse. Congratulations to both of our championship team and all of the athletes and coaches that participated here this weekend. We want to thank the NCAA, Spire Institute, Mount Union University, our hosts. And for Ken Dvorak, Claude Harlan, Andris Balputnis, this is David Harley saying, thanks for coming out this weekend. Have a safe trip back to wherever you're going and have a great rest of your Memorial Day weekend.